minutes. Sorry. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and good morning to everybody. This is our third and final day of our symposium on examining Islamic movements in politics and governments. And this is our 8th symposium discussing the case of Turkey. For the past 2 days, we've been involved in many aspects of the AK Party rule. AK Party has been in power for almost 2 decades now, and we've been discussing many aspects of it. And today we will focus on 2 sessions. The first is session 5 on foreign policy and performance. And we will have 3 presentations from 3 esteemed scholars. The first presentation will be European Union policy under the AK Party rule of the past 20 years by Dr. Irhan Echener, who is a associate professor at Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. I will introduce each scholar momentarily. The second presentation is titled Foreign Policy of the AK Party rule on regional policies and the Muslim world by Professor Yasin Aktay from Ankara Yildirim Bayezid University. And the third is Turkey and the Question of Palestine by Dr. Talha Kousei from Ibn Khaldun University. These will also be followed by 2 discussants. Dr. Irhan Echener is an associate professor from the Department of Political Science and International Relations at Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. He's also the director of the Graduate Education Institute and the vice dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences and the chair of the Department of Political Science and International Relations at Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. A lot of hats. Dr. Echener holds a bachelor degree in international relations from Middle East Technical Institute and University, and master's with distinction in European integration and PhD in European studies from the Queen's University in Belfast. His research and publications focus on EU enlargement, EU external relations, Romania and Turkey's integration with the EU, and the Cyprus issue. Dr. Echener has published in peer-reviewed journals, including Southeast European and Black Sea Studies, Journal of Contemporary European Studies, Perspectives on European Politics and Society Inside Turkey, and Billig Journal of Social Sciences of the Turkic World. He's also contributed chapters to edited books focusing on EU enlargement. His most recent article, Surviving a Coma, Turkey-EU Relations in Times of Crisis, 2005-2022, which was published in the University of Warsaw Studies in European Affairs. Our second speaker is Professor Yasin Aktay. Aktay received his bachelor's degree and master's degree and PhD from the Department of Sociology at Middle East Technical University in Ankara in the years 1993 and 97. In 99, he became an associate professor in the field of applied sociology, and in 2005, a professor in the field of sociology of institutions. He spent 20 years as an academician at Seljuk University in Konya. He is now affiliated with Yildirim Bayezid University in Ankara. Dr. Aktay was teaching and doing research at Utah State University and the University of Maine at Farmington between 2001 and 2004. He's been editing the Tazkira, Journal of Social Science, Thought, and Politics, which he founded in 1991, as well as the Civil Toplam Journal founded in 2002. He's also an editorial member of the journals Milal and Nihal and Reorient, the Critical Muslim Studies Journal. Aktay managed the Institute for Strategic Thinking based in Ankara for 4 years. He's also a member of the AK Party and had several positions within that party, including advisor to the chairman of the party. Dr. Talha Kousei is a professor of political science and international relations at Ibn Khaldun University. He's also the director of Setters Foundation Brussels office. Dr. Kousei completed his doctoral studies at the Institute for Conflict Analysis and Resolution at George Mason University in Virginia in January 2010 in the US. His doctoral research focuses on the transformation of the Alawi identity within the post-1980 milieu of Turkey. Dr. Kosi worked as a research fellow at the Center for Global Islamic Studies at George Mason University and served as a visiting lecturer at the same university, as well as the University of Maastricht in the Netherlands. He edited and published several books in Turkish and more than 30 academic articles and book chapters in both English and Turkish. His scholarly articles appeared in many journals around the globe. His research interests include ethnic, sectarian, and identity-based conflicts, approaches to intercultural reconciliation, community mediation in Turkey, and conflict resolution approaches in foreign policy. For our discussants, our first discussant is Dr. Anas At-Takriti. He is the chief executive and founder of the Cordova Foundation and former president of the Muslim Association of Britain. He was born in Iraq in 1968 and lived in the UK for the past or over half century. He holds a master's degree in translation and interpreting from Edinburgh and a PhD in political science from London. He lectured in politics at several UK universities for the past 20 years. A leading figure in international anti-war and anti-racism, Islamophobia, and pro-Palestine campaigns, he stood as a candidate in the European parliamentary elections in 2004. Dr. Farouk Yashlishman. Yes. Thank you very much. Yaslichiman, thank you, received his bachelor's degree in history and international relations from Istanbul Bilgi University in 2004. He continued his graduate education at Bilkent University in Ankara, where he received his master's in history in 2008. Dr. Farouk earned his focus on state-society relations in the late Ottoman Empire. He's also the editor-in-chief of Politics Today, global news analysis web portal. I want to again welcome our presenters as well as our discussants. Thank you so much for being with us. I also would like to welcome the audience here in our seminar room as well as worldwide. We will start with Dr. Ichmer.
Thank you, Dr. Aryan. I would like to say günaydın, good morning, Assalamu alaikum to everybody. As a member of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, also I would like to welcome you all. I would like to thank Dr. Kamil Aryan for inviting me and for bringing us together again with friends like Ömer Aslan from Ankara. And I was hoping to meet with Talha Hoca today, but unfortunately I see that he is at home right now. So inshallah in the next meeting that you are going to organize, we will be able to have a chance to meet with him. I would like to turn on my Zoom presentation. I'm going to share my screen, right? Okay. Just give me a second to... I will talk about European Union policy under the AK Party rule. As you know, this is the third day of the conference, and I was not able to attend all the sessions, but I tried to watch the debates and presentations online. And I would like to start the brief initial thoughts and observations, which I had. First, I had the invitation, and then I watched the debates. Then I'm going to move to my presentation, and what I'm going to discuss actually initially is linked with my presentation. So I thought that it's going to be a good introduction. First of all, I think there is kind of an identity problem in all the debates that we have about AK Party. The main title of this conference series, organization series, is Examining Islamic Movements in Politics and Governance All Over the World. And for Turkey, the case study is chosen as the AK Party. When I look at the AK Party and its relations with the European Union or the situation of AK Party in Turkey, I would hesitate to consider AK Party as the Islamic movement. My initial reaction or my initial thought will be that this conference might be about National View Movement, Milli Görüş Hareketi, and we are going to discuss Milli Görüş Hareketi, and in part of that, AK Party may be included as part of the debate. One of the issues that was raised in the last couple of days discussions, is also AK Party's identity here. I remember Dr. Sami asking question, how can we identify the AK Party? Is it an Islamic party? Is it an Islamist party? Is it a conservative democratic party, etc.? We have actually had this kind of debates at the beginning of emergence of AK Party. And AK Party has identified itself as the conservative democratic party. And for years, it rejected to be called as an Islamic, and it even rejected to be called Muslim Democrat, and it rejected to be called Neo-Ottomanist political party in Turkey. It didn't only reject this identification only in Turkey, it rejected this in all the interviews they had to international media and international conferences. I'm highlighting this because it is important for my presentation about Turkey's relations also with the European Union. The other issue is, I think, oversimplification and generalization problem in debates. SIGA has very international audience, mainly from the Muslim world, Arab populated countries. Also, our Turkish friends and international friends are attending, participating in these events. But sometimes I feel that we fall into the trap of what New York Times kind of newspapers have been doing to Turkey. Whenever you read an article on Turkey, you generally see that Turkey is divided into two. The one group is that the secularists, and the other group is the conservatives or the Islamists. And generally, all the explanation is going on over this kind of simplification and generalization. Like any other society and country in the world, Turkey is very complicated. Maybe Türkiye is more complicated than the others. I mean, I cannot maybe generalize or make a statement on that, but this is an issue. The same can be said for the AK Party, because starting from the beginning, AK Party included Turkish politicians or voters from the center-right, former members of Republican People's Party, CHP, former members of Nationalist Action Party. Today, I'm sure all international audience is aware of who Meral Akşener is, the leader of İYİ Party. Even at the beginning of the establishment of AK Party, Meral Akşener was considered to be one of the members of AK Party, and she rejected to join AK Party in the last minute. What is important here, she was supposed to be a member of AK Party. I mean, this is what you should keep in mind. So, while we are making this oversimplification and generalization, we sometimes fall into this trap when we are analyzing the European Union, the West. So everything, I think, is not, I mean, from my perspective, is not black and white. Everything cannot be divided into two. There are many gray areas, and the identities are not that kind of fixed. They are also changing. What do I mean by that? The AK Party of 2002 is very much different than AK Party of 2023. We should also keep this in mind when we are analyzing the AK Party. The other issue is political parties in debate and their nature. I realized that in the last couple of days, which is not surprising for any Turkish scholar, at different moments, the presenters, I will do the same thing in the following minutes, forget about talking about the AK Party itself. Actually, they didn't forget it. They know what they are doing. We all know what we are doing. We are talking about Erdogan. So, are we talking about the Islamic movement in Turkey, or are we talking about AK Party or Erdogan himself? So Erdogan did this, Erdogan did that, Erdogan said this. So Erdogan is such an important figure, like other important political figures in Turkey, like Atatürk, İnönü, Süleyman Demirel, Adnan Menderes, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, Necmettin Erbakan, and all the others. So we should keep in mind the importance of political leaders in Turkish political party system when we are analyzing any political party in Turkey. And this is a kind of a problem in institutionalization of political parties in Turkey. There are many parties who were the parties of the leaders and they no longer exist, or they are weak right now. If we or you are going to discuss the future of AK Party,
future of any political party in Turkey, we should keep this in mind. Having such a strong leader for any movement is a kind of risky thing. But at the same time, I think some of the audience ask who will be the successor to Erdogan. Obviously, there are many politicians who can be leaders in any political movement in Turkey, although the political leaders of that movement are great political leaders, like Necmettin Erbakan. But right now, there is Recep Tayyip Erdogan, as you can see. But challenging the leader is always a problem. I actually sent this question to Sami Aryan, but he didn't ask that question to the presenter at the time. One of the speakers highlighted that you cannot talk about a successor in Turkey because when there is a leader, there is a leader. Nobody can challenge that leader and can present itself as a challenger to that leader in Turkish political mentality. And this is the case in Turkey, he said. But actually, Erdoğan, Gül, and Arınç challenged the political leader in Turkey. So we should actually keep this all in mind in our discussions. And finally, my main problem, understanding the EU problem in Turkey. Turkish political system, Turkish education system is very much based on realist understanding of global politics and very much based on the existing nation-state system. And obviously the EU is trying to go beyond this. EU is not an international organization. And the EU needs to be understood by and studied. Of course, all of the academics we have are familiar with how the EU system is and how it is working. But it is difficult to discuss these issues, especially in a country like Turkey or the United Kingdom, where they are coming from empire tradition and where they have strong state system and strong nationalism. Sovereignty and nationalism has a very powerful meaning in Turkey. And this is creating a problem in understanding and explaining what the EU has been trying to do and is doing. And academic and political background of the elites and the people and socialization into the EU is, I think, a little bit problematic issue in Turkey, because starting from maybe 1980s, most of the Turkish academics are educated in the United system, in the American system. There are many Europeanists in Turkey, which started to increase in number maybe after 1990s. They were studied in the EU. But among the conservative circles and Islamic circles, there are not many people who have studied about the EU and in the European Union countries. This is my observation. I cannot prove this with a academic study or fact, but I know the academic community I'm living in, and I know my friends and what kind of political background they have. And this also prevents socialization. In the AK Party itself, Egemen Bağış was initially interested in the European Union affairs. He was trained in the United States. Ali Babacan was trained in the United States. We have Volkan Bozkır as an ambassador and working on EU affairs. But he's not coming from National View or Milli Görüş movement. He's not coming from these circles, or he's a member of AK Party. But if you look at from conservative Islamic perspective, you wouldn't classify himself as one of the main guys in the AK Party movement, I should say. So socialization thing with the European Union affairs is also a little bit problematic in AK Party. And most of the time people are looking at the EU from foreign policy perspective, which will be the beginning of my presentation. How many minutes I have? I'm going to arrange the rest accordingly. Okay. The issue is when you look at European Union foreign policy perspective, this presentation is also under the title of Foreign Policy of Turkey. It is a foreign policy issue of Turkey, but it's all about domestic politics. European Union process transforming, or it has consequences for Turkish domestic politics. So it is not like NATO, it is not like Turkey's relations with Russia or United States or any other country or international organizations. And what I should say, as a general statement, I think in the first slide, I would like to outline my general arguments. Actually, AK Party is the most successful party in terms of Europeanization of Turkey. If you think about Westernization and Europeanization of Turkey, in recent years, AK Party has a great success in the political history of Turkey. It is the most successful party than any party ever. Buyurun hocam. But at the same time, paradoxically, it has attracted the maybe harshest and widespread domestic and international criticism for turning Turkey away from Europe and the West. It happened at the same time. At the same time, I repeat, it is the most successful party in terms of Europeanization of Turkey, but at the same time, it is the most criticized by domestically and internationally for keeping Turkey away from Europe. It has a multidimensional foreign policy, and AK Party defines Turkey's EU membership as its strategic target. I'm sure from your following of Turkish politics, you may guess that Erdogan and AK Party are very much critical of the European Union and they don't want to join the European Union. But when you look at AK Party's political vision, AK Party's political declarations, it's its strategic target, despite all obstacles it faces. And AK Party declared that it doesn't accept any alternative relationship, any alternative formula, or any alternative proposals. There has been an increasing criticism directed at each other, and there is a decreasing interest in Turkey's integration with the EU, but still, Turkey officially remains part of the EU accession process, and neither side has pulled the plug. The AK Party's gradual move away from Europe, I mentioned move away in inverted commas, actually, I think, is a reaction to its domestic and international experiences. If we haven't experienced this kind of crisis, which I'm going to mention, maybe AK Party would be wholeheartedly supporting the EU membership again. It will be still the case. And obviously, as a result of this domestic and international experiences, we see a change also AK Party's own identity. What is the value and importance of the EU for AK Party, and what is the value and importance of AK Party for the EU? First of all, starting from the beginning, AK Party saw the EU membership process as an important tool for transformation of Turkish domestic and foreign policy. It was an important tool for desecuritization of Turkish political state and Turkish political arguments. It was a great way to challenge the Kemalist political understanding of Turkish domestic and international politics, for democratization, improvement of the rule of law, improvement of human rights and minority rights in Turkey, the minimizing the role of army in Turkish domestic and foreign policy, actually making it more under civilian control. I mean, minimizing the role of army is a very dangerous word. I don't mean minimizing or decreasing the role of army. I mean minimizing the role of army in politics. So making Turkish political life more civilian. And solution of the Cyprus issue, and implementing its zero problems with the neighbor strategy. For all of these issues, Turkey's EU membership was a great tool. AK Party included all European Union accession process requirements into its program, and AK Party implemented this program. They go hand in hand. So early years of AK Party is actually Europeanization of Turkey in terms of meeting the Copenhagen political criteria to begin accession negotiations with the European Union. This was the main first target of AK Party when they came to power in 2002, meeting the Copenhagen political criteria and beginning of EU accession negotiations. The second issue is justification for the party identity, its elites in Turkey and in abroad. As you know, the main debate when the AK Party was established, again, whether AK Party is the continuation of Milli Görüş movement, national movement, whether AK Party is an Islamic party, whether are they engaging in Takiye, again, comparing with the Erbakan movement. This is the accusation. So AK Party, by engaging with the EU membership process and giving speeches and talking about all these issues all the time, and by its political practice, showed that they are a conservative democratic European party. This was the policy to mention against the Turkish opposition in the army, Turkish opposition in the political scene, and also the international opposition. Erdogan and other AK Party political members like Abdullah Gül, Ali Babacan, and the others at the time had several interviews and declaring that we are not an Islamist, we are a conservative democratic party. And at that time, contextually, there was a great opportunity for Turkey and also the European Union. There were huge debates about the identity of European Union and the identity of Turkey at the time. So everybody was talking about the clash of civilizations and how come a country like Turkey can join the European Union. And those who are supporting Turkey in the European Union saw a great value in AK Party by declaring that these guys are practicing Muslims or conservative democratic party, but at the same time, they are attached to European Union values and they are promoting and applying these rules. So perception of the AK Party as a Muslim democratic political party in a secular system was a great value for the European Union. And there was this kind of relationship between the EU and AK Party. Both of them used this contextual opportunity to present Turkey under the AK Party as an antidote to clash of civilization thesis. And it was a proof of the EU not being a Christian club. There are several statements coming from AK Party members highlighting this. This is Erdogan's speech in Oxford at Oxford University in 2004. I'm not going to read all, you can see the screen, but the last sentence is important for me. Being a European, this is Erdogan, who understands Europeanness as politics commanded by values. So it's not about culture, it is not about civilization, it's about the values, democracy, rule of law, human rights. I would expect that all I have said to be put on record as expressed for the common good of Europe and the world. The second statement of Erdogan is from last year, 9th of May, Europe Day in 2002. I'm reading the highlighted part. The full membership process to the EU last year, still we are talking about full membership of Turkey, which Turkey has been maintaining patiently and determinedly. This is again criticism, despite all kinds of obstacles, but should be promoted with a constructive approach. Please read the last line. He says he congratulates Europe Day all the Europeans, almost my citizens, Europeans in Turkey. So where are we? Actually, we experienced the closest place are to European Union and farthest away place to European Union under AK Party administration, because AK Party is extremely successful, starting from 2002 until today, winning several elections after elections. AK Party is one of the most successful political parties in Turkish political history, and Erdogan is maybe the most successful Turkish political leader in Turkish political history. Right now, unfortunately, EU membership process is not in a good stage. AK Party managed to meet Copenhagen political criteria and managed to begin accession negotiations in 2005. So far, 16 chapters are opened, 1 chapter is provisionally closed, 14 chapters are blocked due to Cyprus issue. Right now, Turkey's EU membership is not on the agenda. There is an ongoing but frozen process despite the whole crisis. There is a mutual distrust and disappointment in Turkey and in the EU. There are ideas and thoughts about alternative relationship or plan B, about Turkey's integration with the EU, and there is this negative process. In 2018, the Council of the European Union noted that Turkey has been moving away from the European Union and accession negotiations effectively come to a standstill and no further chapters can be considered for opening or closing. This is where we are right now. As a response to that declaration, Turkish Ministry of Foreign Affairs stated that EU is not fair and honest with Turkey and EU's allegations are hypocritical and inconsistent. So this is where we are. I know I don't have much time, but I will summarize my argument very quickly to wrap up in a couple of minutes, if you allow me. First of all, I think the Europeanization of Cyprus issue, 10 minutes, okay then. Europeanization of Cyprus issue blocked Turkey's EU membership process. AK Party has invested a lot and attracted a whole criticism from nationalist circles and military with its policy towards the Cyprus issue. AK Party supported the Annan Plan, which was obviously supported by AK Party circles and everybody, but nationalist circles and the certain forces, the army, initially were reacting to Annan Plan. Erdogan and AK Party has challenged the greatest Turkish nationalist leader of Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. It is Rauf Denktaş at that time. So there was a political clash, and Erdogan actually supported Mehmet Ali Talat and Republican Turkish Party in Northern Cyprus, which was always a negative relationship with the Turkish administration in terms of their approach towards Turkey. I'm not saying this as a fact. This is how it is perceived by Turkey. So AK Party had a great change in terms of its Cyprus policy. and it invested in the solution of the Cyprus problem. But at the end of the day, although Turkey and Turkish Cypriots supported the solution, Greek Cypriot Republic of Cyprus joined the EU without a solution. And they said no to Annan Plan. And after that, when they joined the European Union, all EU member states have a right to veto over enlargement decisions. You may consider this in comparison to Turkey's role right now in NATO against Finland and Sweden. When you are a member in enlargement decisions in the EU and in NATO, all members have a right to veto in the process. And right now, Cyprus is using this veto right. And initially, the European Union, later, Greek Cypriots blocked in total 14 chapters of negotiation right now. We know that as long as the Cyprus issue is not solved, or if Turkey does not move, and the Greek Cypriot side needs to move as well, I do not consider solution of the Cyprus problem as a concession from Turkey. All sides need to come together around the table and need to agree on a solution. As long as there is no solution on Cyprus issue, Turkey's EU membership process is not going to end. It can progress, but we know that it is not going to be finalized. Before joining the European Union, Cyprus problem needs to be solved. There can be progress, but solution of the Cyprus problem is a requirement. And there is initial drilling energy gas issue in the Eastern Mediterranean, which became a new problem associated with the Cyprus issue. So right now, when you know that as a Turkish political party, as a Turkish leader, no matter what you do, you are not going to be able to join the European Union if you don't solve the Cyprus issue. The role of European Union as a carrot, the role of EU membership as a carrot is no longer there. You know that even though you meet the conditions, you will not be able to join the European Union. If you democratize more, if you give concessions on the issues that you don't want to give, it's not going to end if you don't solve the Cyprus problem. So this actually changed the mentality in Turkey, and Turkey engaged in also strategic autonomy in foreign policy. And as a result of that, we started to see more relations with Russia and improvement of relations with Asian countries and maybe China. And as part of multidimensional foreign policy, Turkey started to give more emphasis to its Asia opening, which is important. European Union is doing the same thing. Americans are doing the same thing. Everybody is opening to Asia. But for Turkey, when you say multidimensional, you have to show the same effort also for the European Union. Turkey decreased its efforts for EU membership and started to increase its efforts for its other relationship with the other parts of the world. And the other issue is, which shaped, in addition to Cyprus issue, the problems in Turkey which AK Party faced. Domestic struggle for survival for the AK Party and Erdogan. There was the closure case about the party in the Constitutional Court, military's equal attempt against the AK Party, Gezi Park protests, internal political fight with Fethullah's terrorist organization FETÖ, and the July 15 failed coup attempt. We started to see increasing statist tendencies to consolidate its power and de-Europeanization in Turkey. Here, I use the definition of Aydın Düzgit and Kaliber in de-Europeanization, loss or weakening of the European Union as a reference for normative and political context, and a reference point in domestic sittings and national public debates. All my Turkish friends will remember, between 1999 or 2005-07, everything was about the European Union. During the day, evening, all TV debates, in the political circles, everywhere we were talking about the European Union. Today, it's not important, and it is criticized at every place and everywhere. It is irrelevant. EU is going to collapse. EU is not important. We don't need the EU. EU is going to suffer from what's going to do. The rise of far right, EU will collapse. The United Kingdom has left the EU. EU is not important anymore. We are now witnessing this kind of discourse and dialogue everywhere in Turkey. And there is this nationalist status discourse in the post-July 15 period, and alliance with Nationalist Action Party is playing an important role here, I think. And we started to witness with more emphasis on strong leadership and majoritarian understanding of democracy, which is also seen as a necessity to deal with domestic and international challenges Turkey is facing. And these threats are actually real. If you think about what July 15 means for Turkish politics, threats are indeed real. But this strong leadership thing or attitude obviously does not coincide well with the European Union. Because you are still a candidate country, you still need to meet the Copenhagen political criteria. You still need to act like a potential EU member, although you have these threats. We saw a return to geopolitical arguments, although the EU, certain circles in the EU would like to end the accession negotiations with Turkey. Turkey is such an important country for refugee crisis, for the war in Syria, for the West relations with the East, Asia, and the Middle East. It is not easy to ignore Turkey, and geopolitics keep Turkey associated with the European Union from the European Union's point of view, and Turkey also doesn't want to lose EU as a partner. So whether there will be a membership or not, this geopolitical necessity will keep a relationship on track. But it may not end up in membership. This is a key issue. The relationship may not end up in membership. July 15 and what happened afterwards, I think, is very influential in AK Party-EU relations. Because after July 15, we saw the rise of anti-Westernism, anti-Americanism, and anti-Europeanism, Euroscepticism in Turkish politics. One to blame is, I think, the EU also. Why? There was a very weak gesture of solidarity. They were very late in visiting Turkey. Actually, everybody says EU didn't criticize the military coup. Actually, they did. On the night of July 15, 16, the European Union leadership openly, in a declaration, a written declaration, stated that we are on the side of democratically elected government. But 2 days after that declaration, they started to criticize the AK Party and Erdogan for not meeting the European Union standards in their dealing with in the post-July 15 period. So there is this tension. But apparently there is lack of high-level visits from the EU institutions and member states, and EU members, countries, provided a haven for the coup plotters and the people investigated by the Turkish judiciary. So you are looking for FETÖ people. They are either in Greece or in Germany, in other countries, in Sweden. They are actively criticizing Turkey, and you know that they are part of the coup. So obviously, how can you trust the European Union, and how can you think that they are in solidarity with you? This is a key issue. And in recent years, we started to see more debates about the end of enlargement, the European Union's commitment to enlargement. Right now, most of the people in Turkey sees that EU is engaging it with its own crisis. There are many crises that the EU has been suffering. Probably EU will overcome this crisis. But enlargement is not on the top of agenda. And if enlargement will be on the agenda, Turkey will be again at the end of the queue, because there are Ukraine, Moldova, Western Balkan countries, I mean, former Yugoslav countries, they're on the line. And if Turkey is not going to align or harmonize itself with the European Union, obviously, Turkey cannot join the European Union, or it cannot be considered as a serious candidate. I repeat, in order to join the European Union, you need to align with 35 chapter, harmonize your national laws, and you need to meet criteria. It is not like any other international organization where you can knock on the door and go in. I think the relationship right now is in coma. It is not dead. It can be saved. AK Party is not against it, doesn't declare that it is going to give up EU membership process. These are the general statements that I would like to make. Final issue, maybe some of them are concluding thoughts from me and questions that we can discuss. Who are the AK Party's partners and supporters in the EU? This is one of the big problems, because you are joining in an organization, how many friends or partners you have. AK Party and Erdogan initially started to engage in personal relationships. If you remember, there is a great friendship with Berlusconi. There was a great friendship with Karamanlis. Karamanlis was a Greek Prime Minister Kostas Karamanlis was the witness in Berat Albayrak's wedding ceremony. Their relationships were so good, but personal relationships. AK Party initially would like to be a member of transnational European political party group, European People's Party, which is the main center-right political party group. But EPP was not very much welcoming AK Party. They were giving them observer status, and AK Party forgive me saying that, I think got angry with the treatment that they are having. And they joined another political party group, which is titled as European Conservatives and Reformists. That group was initiated and formed by United Kingdom British conservatives. But obviously, when they say reformists, they are trying to reform the European Union. They are conservatives who do not want European Union to integrate more. So AK Party joined the group which doesn't want EU to enlarge more and which doesn't want EU to integrate more, which was not a very clever decision for a candidate country political party. I think I couldn't follow the developments. I looked for information, but after July 15, I think there was kind of a problem between European Conservatives and Reformist Party group, which still exists. After Brexit, it is no longer an influential political party group. But I think there is no institutional relationship between any political party group in the European Union and AK Party right now, which is not something good. And right now, the closest friend of Erdogan and AK Party right now in the European Union is Viktor Orban, which is harshly criticized. I'm finishing. Which is harshly criticized within the European Union for not being European. Okay. The final thing, 1 minute, I'm going to finish. Which political parties support Turkey's EU membership process and what's going on and when do they support it? In the early years of AK Party was Europeanizing Turkey and doing all the reforms which make AK Party more successful and more influential in Turkey. At that time, CHP and Republican People's Party and Nationalist Action Party were harshly criticizing the AK Party for implementing these reforms. Right now, AK Party is criticizing the similar EU reforms or demands from the European Union, and CHP are supporting them. So we have this kind of cycle. Those who are in opposition and who want more democratization or rule of law are demanding the EU membership process to be more activated. Those who are in power and who are consolidating their power and their understanding of democracy are more reserved towards European Union membership process. This is all I want to say. I'm sorry if I crossed the line in terms of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Erhan. Right on time. Dr. Ekiner started with his initial thoughts and observations from other sessions of this conference. He talked briefly about the identity problem, whether the essential question that was asked at the beginning, whether the AK Party could be classified as an Islamic or as simply a conservative party. And of course, the AK Party itself defines itself not as an Islamic or in the realm of that, but just as a note, it was chosen because it was the most successful party in Turkey that had Islamic roots rather than being an Islamic itself. And he also noted that perhaps this discussion could have started with the Milli Gurush and then we can go, but we opted to focus on this because of its importance. The oversimplification also point that sometimes we tend to be to see things as black and white rather than as a very complicated with shades of gray. And he said Turkey is a very complicated country with many with a rich history when it comes to these things. So he is warning and pointing out this fact, and talked also about political parties in Turkey. And he gave the example that Meral Ekşener at one point was going to join the AK Party, but now, of course, she's heading her own party and on the side of the opposition. And then he talked about the importance of leadership in Turkey's history, and that you have figures who are heads of political parties that grow the single party. You could find historical figures like Atatürk, Erdogan, Erbakan, and so on and so forth, and they really outgrow the presence of any party. And then his final point was about the understanding the EU itself, where many people may not understand the process or even the whole notion of joining Europe, but it has to be based on realist understanding of global politics and the power of nationalism and how it plays a role during different periods, and the issue of the nation-state system, as well as the Turkish elite's background. Finally, he said something about him asking a question about the role of leader challenging. I just want to let you know, when I saw your comment, it was after. Not before. So I didn't try to ignore it. Yeah. Then he came to his presentation about the European Union process. And he started by saying it's not just a foreign policy issue. At its heart, it's also a domestic issue, where the AK party was probably the most successful party in the history of politics in Turkey in trying to use that issue to implement or to achieve its objectives, because the history of Europeanization in Turkey is very complicated and dates back to many years. And it has been used very successfully, particularly during the early years of the AK party rule. The AK party, he said, does not accept to be away from Europe or pulling away. But if it happened recently, it's because of domestic considerations more than anything else. He said the European Union process is a tool for democratizations of politics and to challenge the Kemalist discourse, particularly during the early years in domestic, and to minimize the role of the army, and also to, because of the Cyprus issue, and also to end all these issues were front and center. The Cyprus issue ending on border union membership process helped in resolving at least domestically some of these issues. And Turkey started to complete the criteria for the accession, and of course there had been some problems. It had done some and it has not done others, according to the Europeans themselves. By engaging in this process, the AK party consolidated its view that it's a conservative and not an Islamist party, because that debate was going on at the beginning, and the question of identity was center in that debate. In the midst of the clash of civilization debate that was taking place worldwide, including in the Muslim world and in Europe. And both parties found that this was helpful. They were helpful to each other. Those who were claiming that there is no clash in the part of the Europeans, they were pointing towards the AK party, and the AK party, of course, was saying that there is no clash and it's a conservative movement. It's a conservative party in Islamic countries. So what happened recently is that both parties have moved away from that process for several reasons, even though Turkey has met or managed much of the Copenhagen criteria. It met many of its conditions, yet there is now a mutual distrust, as he puts it. The European Union is moving away, as well as Turkey is not responded that what they are saying is what they're requesting is not fair or honest. Then he talked about the issue of Cyprus and its importance in this process to understand, because Cyprus as a full member has the right to veto the membership of Turkey, and that complicates matters because Turkey's obligations towards Cyprus and Cypriot policies is also an obstacle. And this has nothing to do with the party, it has to do with Turkey's policy as a whole. And of course, what complicated things is the discovery of the East Mediterranean hard carbons findings, which makes it even more complicated with the existing regional powers. And that Turkey has hardened its positions regarding the Cypriot issue. Then he talked about what he said, the de-Europeanization in Turkey as a result of a positive relations. As a result of this, Turkey has started a process of having a closer relationship with other great powers such as Russia, China, as well as Asian countries. And there is also a domestic struggle for survival for the AK party and President Erdogan. And he cited different phases, the court closure issues, the Gezi Park protest, the failed coup, the veto. struggle, and so on and so forth. I guess the PKK is another one. EU is considered not an important issue anymore in light of all these different developments. He said there is also a nationalist, particularly after the coup attempt, and status discourse and policies, particularly the alliance with MHP in the last elections and this election. And he said there is a majoritarian understanding of democracy now within the political culture. Then his last point was about return to geopolitics for security considerations. There are many issues now that bring these realist approaches: the refugee, the international terrorism, crisis, trade, and that puts the issue of joining Europe in the back burner. There is also a rise within the European Union and the US and the West in general of being anti-Turkish, particularly after the coup. Even though the European Union supported the government at the time, there were criticism of how the government dealt with the opposition in the aftermath of the coup. And of course, Turkey talks about how FETÖ members and even PKK members are taking refuge in different European countries. He said the enlargement now is not on the top of the agenda. And even though many countries come before Turkey, even if it was, and he mentioned a few, finally, he said that even though Turkey, under the AK Party, was the farthest successful political party in trying to fulfill these conditions, now it has also become the farthest away from it because of all these considerations. And then he ended by saying, who are the AK Party partners and supporters within the union? At the end, these are member states. He said that there are close relationships between leaders, but in terms of institutions, this has not been very successful. And then he mentioned also that we're back now to the old debates of the 90s and early 2000s, democratization versus securitization, the hard power militarization, nationalism, domestic political parties' approach to EU membership. And he said that it's ironic that today we find that there's a reverse of domestic political parties' arguments, while the AK Party was criticized by many political parties. Now, when they reversed, the other parties also reversed. Thank you very much for your presentation, and we will have discussions. Now we turn to Dr. Yassin Aktay, and he will speak about other portions of Turkey's foreign policy with regards to regional and the Muslim world.
Thank you so much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I would like to thank you, Professor Sami and Aryan, and all of you for organizing such a very good conference. And I wish that would help in self-understanding or self-criticism of AK Party also, and also to make a sort of deepening in thought, in intellectual thought, in politics. My subject is foreign policy under the AK Party rule on regional policies and the Muslim mode. And also, I would like to thank to Erhan İçener, who spoke before me, and he opened some gates for me in order to understand some points about AK Party policies in many issues, in many places. First of all, in understanding Turkish foreign policy in general under the AK Party rule, of course, we should distinguish that policy or that policies from what used to be in Turkey. And for just a memory, to memorize or to remember, I would like to underline some very few points about Turkish, the constitution of Turkish foreign policy, or the constitution of the identity of Turkish nationality first. We should not remember first that the Turkish foundation, the Turkish foreign policy was founded after the First World War, or after the what we call Liberation War, and which was acted between Turkey and some other parts of 23, the foundation of the Republic. And we should not also forget about about the fact that Turkey out of this war was the liberation war took place between Turkey and Greece, but the Greece was not part of the war. It was only an agent of UK. But Turkey didn't fight UK, but it acted the agreement of the foundation of Turkey, or all the agreement of the peace was acted between Turkey and Britain. We should not forget about this. And indeed, all the Turkish nationality, or all the epics of Turkish nationality are built upon that liberation war, which made Turkey very battle, and the battleness of Mustafa Kemal, the founder of Turkey, has taken place out of this war, out of the role in this war, not in the role of his role in the agreement with Lausanne or anything else. He didn't join the Lausanne, of course, but he was managing, of course. He sent his commander, one of his commanders, İsmet İnönü, and the second president of Turkey to that Lausanne agreements or Lausanne negotiations. And also one other point that we should not forget about is that after Turkey has been, this is important to underline, because the role of UK in the foundation of Turkey is very important, because Turkish foreign policy is also being tied, or being in this or another way tied with UK foreign policy. I mean, or the UK's United Kingdom's configuration of the Middle East. And this, almost all the Middle East was composed and constituted out of the defeat of Turkey. And Turkey, before that war, or before that agreement, all the Middle Eastern countries were part of the Ottoman society, or part of Turkey. And after all the regimes, the regimes formed here after the Ottoman were also installed some nationalist ideologies, which constitute their closest neighbors as the most dangerous enemies. For example, Libya's most important enemy was Egypt, or Algeria, or Tunisia, or Chad, or Turkish most important enemy was Syria, was Iraq, and the border, which was for the Arabs also, of course, the Turks were imagined as their imperialists who had occupied their countries for centuries and exploited their resources for centuries. On the other side, of course, of this story, that for the Turks, the Arabs were the betrayers during the First World War. And this was not taking place as something occasionally, or something arbitrarily, something which was the preference of some leaders of these countries, etc. But it was a very huge plan to constitute a new Middle Eastern order, not to say world order, of course, but the Middle East order was constituted and was set on the base of this hostility of each country to her closest country. And this was, of course, especially this counterpart of Turkish identity, or the Arabic identity against Turkey. Turkish identity with difference with the Arabs, and the Arabs' identity in difference with the Turks. from the Turkish part, of course, was the excuse for making insurmountable distances between the closest countries. The borders were laid with mines. It was Syrian border. Everybody knows that is filled and is installed is laid with mines. But the mines also were laid with such insurmountable mines. Turkish national identity was constructed and ideologically elaborated in difference with the Arabs rather than the Europe. We fought against the Europe, not against the Arab indeed, but the Arabs were the betrayers. And so we forget about the Europe, about the hostility of the Europe, except the Greece, of course. The Greece was indeed, compared with Turkey, was very, very, very, very small country. I mean, it was 10th of Turkey, 10% of Turkey. Its population still is about 10 or 10 or let me say 12% of country. And at that time also it was the same. I mean, the proportion was not different than this, but Turkish national identity was built in discourse, and in all its epical discourses was built upon this. I sometimes say it is shame for me. How can I be proud of being such proud about that victory against the Greece? Greece was a small country. In our history, we fought and we had many victories. I mean, numerous victories against many enemies in our history. Why we are focusing and we are staying there in remaining there in that history? I think it was a trauma rather than being a victory, and to be reduced to such a smallness and to such an extent. And the real enemy, not to forget, it was the Britain, UK. And if you will be proud of being in any victory, it should be UK, not the Greece. But we hadn't have any victory against UK or any other big country in the Europe. And our enemy should be one, for example, UK. Why the Arabs? The Arabs were not the constitutive elements of that war. There are some very few tribes, not to say much more than tribes, who really betrayed from the Arabs, who betrayed the country. But that it was a war, and it was sort of a balance of power, and many others prefer to be in this or another part. It cannot be reduced to it cannot be stated with the word betrayer also only. And if we are to seek for some betrayal, we can see even in Anatolia, many Turks had betrayed the Turks. Not only the Arabs betrayed the Turks, but there are many betrayals also. But that betrayal story, the story of the betrayal, was helpful in constituting a new national identity in Turkey, unfortunately. And this national identity was constructed and ideologically elaborated in difference with the Arabs rather than any European country. Britain was the real enemy indeed during the Liberation War and during all the First World War, but there's not that much difference or his hostility to the Britain. As a result of this national identity, what happened? You should remember, of course, also the national identity building the Arabic alphabet was replaced by Latin alphabet. You know? And the distance which was created in several strategies or several measurements taken against the Arabs in Turkey, and the Arabs became or identical, hostile or distant of Turkey, and the building of Turkish identity was made again. And you know, in history, the Arabs and the Turks and the Persian. I mean, the Turkish language is filled with Arabic words, Persian words, and it is composed of the Ottoman language. It was an Ottoman language. If you were speaking well Ottoman language, you were also speaking about 60% Arabic. Also, you were closer about 60% to the Arabic language. But that what there is a cleansing the Arabic words from Turkish language also, and the Arabic alphabet was banned, was prohibited, and to use, and not to learn or to teach, to use it. Even in one night that decision was taken, and in one night there were some professors who didn't know the alphabet, the Latin alphabet. They became illiterate in one night only. You know how the memory was reset, and when a memory was reset, of course, it's not something that any nationalist feelings or any nationalist sensitivity can do, because you set a memory for a nation, and it is nobody can do this for his own country or for his own nation. But this happened, and even the Quran was prohibited to be read or to be recited in Arabic language or in Arabic alphabets. And not only in this, in many other, in the appearances and in clothes, in the wardrobe also was changed, and even in musical taste was tried to be changed, because there was many strong elements, Arabic elements in Turkish music, and for several years, the Arabic or not to say Arabic, the Turkish music tried to be replaced by classical or modern Western music. And this was, of course, another scandalous. There are many scandalous dimension in that, and there are very comical stories about this. And this is, of course, that hostility, that distance between the Arabs, and tried to establish a new world, part of which was Turkey, of course. And Turkey, out of the Ottoman space, Ottoman lands, about tens of countries were built, and all of these countries were put in between themselves some unsurmountable borders. This is the new the Middle Eastern world, and of course Turkey was not able to go beyond this. And the ideology or the motto or the doctrine of Turkish foreign policy during these times was stated by Mustafa Kemal Atatürk as peace in the world and peace at home, peace in the world. And Yurtta Sulh, Cihanda Sulh. That is the motto of Turkish foreign policy. And the extension or the exegesis of that word was Turkey will not be interested about what is happening in the world, and it should keep itself in itself, and not to go beyond, and not to interfere to any issue around her. And whatever happened in Syria, in Iraq, and it's not up to Turkey to be interested in, or to interfere, or to be active in any politics. It should be only to watch what is happening, but to watch without interfering, without being active. And this passivity was imposed upon Turkey. I cannot say that was its own preference, but it was imposed out of that war. Turkey was, of course, restricted from its north or its south, for example, to the Arab world, and in the east to the Turkish world. And Turkey was asked, or was asked not to claim any right or any claim, any case for example, uniting the Turkish world, or to uniting the Muslim world or the Arabic world, or to be united with the Arab world. It was restrictions, and not that nobody can say that there was any nationalistic motivation in this. And yeah, can you imagine that Turkey is proud of abolishing the caliphate? The caliphate was a power. How you can be proud of, and how you can consider how can you can consider the abolishment of the caliphate as a sort of victory? You know, this day, the day of abolishment of the caliphate is being now celebrated every year, and that date, I 3 March, so 3rd of March, I think, is being celebrated nationally. Is being celebrated. I'd say, what rationality can you find in this, for example? On what sort of feeling can you find in it? You have very big, very big important power, very big important soft power or hard power. I cannot. Of course, it is the most important and the most richest soft power in the world. If you were a caliphate, for example, even symbolically or in any way, you will have a claim on the world to be, for example, uniting, to have a word at least. Forget about anything. You would have a word to say to the world. Even Turkey has no any such position now in Turkey. You remember and you see what Erdogan is doing in the world. He can claim in the United Nations or in any platform, he declares that the world is bigger than 5, for example, or he makes a sort of challenge. He's challenging to the world politics in general or the world order in general, Turkey. And if caliphate was in the hand of Turkey, imagine what would Erdogan make in this, or what any other Turkish leader can do. Not forget about Erdogan also. And the caliphate was very big, and the abolishment of the caliphate undoubtedly was imposed upon Turkey. It was not a victory. It was, you can, for example, say that, oh, it was out of the war and we were defeated, and because of this defeat, and we had to give up that land, just as we had given up the Syria, we had given up some, we withdraw from many spaces, and we came to Anatolia and we became restricted within Anatolia. That is understandable. But you say, oh, we abolished the caliphate and we are very big. You are not big after the caliphate. You are small. You are just national country. And I say, of course, this was an imposition, and this was a sort of requirement for Turkey out of the world. Not to say, I cannot say, for example, we could survive or we could maintain the caliphate. Probably there was some imposition upon Turkey because it was weak. 10 minutes of way is enough. And that was, of course, how Turkish position was imagined and was planned to be in the new world, or first in the world after the First World War, of course. But of course, it was remembering that doesn't mean, of course, to freeze that. I mean, that picture there, but because there was many changes after the second, fourth World War, of course, which Turkey didn't join. Turkey didn't join this, but the results of this was obvious, and Turkey was part of the sharements after the second, fourth World War, because the result was that, the consequences of that war, Turkey's shift in politics, shift in its alliance or its engagements from UK or from European politics to US or NATO politics. And the result of this, of course, inside was the shift from one party regime, which was not different than any Baas regime in the Middle East, and to a multi-party regime. And in the multi-party regime brought to Turkey, of course, some opportunity to Turkish society, Turkish people, the opportunity of free elections and democracy and multi-party democracy, relative freedom in political discourse. Whereas the secularism or some ideological imposition upon Turkish society, upon the Turkish regime, were still there, but at least there was some in very little, very narrow, even very narrow. But politics in the narrow space also can do many things. and that was enough for Turkish society, for Turkish people to break its chains. And but still, after the result of this shift was, of course, Turkey was the first country which recognized the establishment of Israel, unfortunately, and the only Muslim country which recognized that. And Turkey also became one member of NATO, and also, for example, when the Algiers was in liberation war against the France, Turkish stand was against Algiers people, unfortunately, and that was very shameful memory in Turkish history, which was excused by Turgut Özal. He had an excuse from Algiers people because of this stand, which wasn't taken by him, of course, but in the name of Turkey, he excused from the people of Algiers because of this stand. And we are obviously Turkish people. There was a distance between the ruler of Turkey and the people of Turkey, of course. And that is what we see in all the Middle East or in all Muslim countries. Unfortunately, there is a very obvious distance between the ruling class or the ruling strata and the ruled the people. And the unity of the states or the government and the people means, of course, democracy, or means the unification of a nation. And what we see nowadays, I think nowadays we can see, of course, there is a unity of government and Turkey. And after NATO, Turkey, there were, of course, some other borders for Turkey. Turkey was a poor country during that days, and Turkey was forced to obey many regulations of NATO. The army was belonging to NATO army, and it was impossible to behave independently. And as a result of this, Turkey was among the first. I mentioned this. Of course, to come to not to say, of course, that 100% was belonging to NATO or that were obeying to NATO. Of course, any nation country has the ability to behave independently in this or another way, even if it is 100% dependent to any country or to any supply power. Any national country, even the smallest nation country, has the ability to behave autonomously, if not completely independent. And Turkey, of course, had that autonomy, especially, for example, in making, for example, operation in Cyprus, for example. In Cyprus, it had a very, it was the first one after the First World War, which went beyond its borders, the borders which was imposed upon it after the First World War. And Turkey, of course, the biggest problems with us, with Turkey and the Middle East, there were many problems. And when AK Party came to power, I wrote an article in 2009 and tried to name this happening, or the shift in Turkish foreign policy during the AK Party, as Erhan Çener also mentioned about all details about what the Turkish policy was in European Union. Changed, the AK Party changed the policy. The paradigm was changed, and Turkish policy from the beginning, even as it was declared by Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, as to reach the level of civilization, the Western civilization, and to reach this, that means Westernization, that means Europeanization, and the Europeanization was the ideal of Turkey, and this was a one-dimensional policy, the foreign policy of Turkey. And but this Europeanization didn't mean, for example, to import some democratical criteria or some human rights criteria or freedom of expression criteria, for example, the human rights criteria. This was not at issue. But the Europeanization was only in identity. Identical Turkey will be a Western country, but without importing any criteria, any democratic criteria from there, or any other governmental criteria, for example. And AK Party changed the policy, and all these direction towards the Europeanization or to Westernization, without real Westernization. We are genuine Westernization. We are genuinely importing any criteria, any positive criteria from European countries, just to stay. And Europeanization was a sort of gun, a sort of weapon against people in terms of Western secularization. The word Westernization was identical with the word secularization, not more than this. And AK Party so when Turkey tried to be a member of European and it registered itself to be candidate to the European Union, and it of course undertook many tasks, of course, to do, but but that doesn't mean, of course, to absorb or to adopt all the criteria. It was just as if to be European, not genuinely to be European. And the AK Party when came, and it was supposed to be, or it was expected to. Many was supposed to follow the same policies as Refah Party, its predecessor, Refah Partisi, which was ideologically against Europeanization. But it came and it made a challenge to the status quo of Turkey, which was built upon the Europeanization of the Turkey, and said, no, you are not sincere in your claim for Europeanization. We are sincere. Let's be European. Let's be really loyal to the criteria of European Union. And it tried to import the real Europeanization, as mentioned by my brother Erhan, and it adopted many criteria, and it was, of course, surprising from many part of the world and from AK Party to play such a role. And this made and gave to Turkey very big power. But out of this, Turkey didn't stay in this one-dimensional policy. It proliferated its policy towards other countries also, and towards other dimensions or other directions, to the Middle East, for example. And it restored its relation with the Middle East. And this one part of this normalization with the Middle East, normalization with the Arabian world, the Arab world, and with, of course, the normalization with the Muslim world also. Turkey is not necessarily, of course, to be in good relation with Europe, not necessarily to be to bring bring distance with the Arab world. We can work multidimensional, multidirectional, as many European countries also do. And why we will not behave and make our policy in this way? And Turkey set in the beginning, the policy of zero politics with our neighbors was the concept of Turkish foreign policy with the Muslim world, especially with the neighbor worlds, for example, with Iraq, with Syria, there was many issues, for example, water problem, Dicle and Fırat problem with Iraq and Syria, and Abdullah Öcalan PKK was in Syria before. And we tried to extract the mines from our borders with Syria. That was we came to that point, to zeroification of the problems with our neighbors, and not only with our neighbors, with all parties. And Turkey tried, for example, to play with in parallel with Europeanization. The Europeanization gave a power, gave a sort of motivation, a sort of inspiration to Turkey to be more powerful, even in going to the Arab world also, of course. Of course, ideologically, we were not sharing the Kemalist ideology. We have no AK Party had any problem with the with the Muslim world. Just on the contrary, its identity was to be very loyal, to be very very warm to Islamic identity also. And Islamic identity, a sort of Islamic or Muslim democratic identity, was being adopted and was being defended in Turkey in this party, and this gave to AK Party a very powerful position to speak and to create a sort of, I mean, very attractive model. And I think this was one of the most inspiration in Arab Spring movements, for example, when we saw in Arab Spring movements a democratic Muslim country which is in peace with the West and the East, and to try to be a bridge between them, and it is behaving its people very well and in democratic way. There is no torture, there is no there is high level human rights and victory to economical success also. And all this made a new configuration for a Muslim country like Turkey, and to be inspirative. And Turkey, of course, this gave, of course, there is a charismatic leader, of course, and charismatic leader who has been graduated from Imam Hatip School, and who is sometimes recitating Quran, and he is sometimes he's very respectful to the Muslim world. He sometimes speak Arabic, even a little word, but this and this charismatic and long duration within in power gave him much more advantage in, for example, interfering in the world in some conflict issues, and of course the proliferation of Turkish foreign policy, especially in human aid policy, for example, especially when Turkey went to Somalia. Somalia was a sort of nowhere at the time, and Turkey established all the institutions of the government there with very, very big human aid, and Turkey was a sort of champion in the world regarding its own, of course, national income or individual income. In comparison, it was the first country in humanitarian aid in the world, and this also gave her a very big soft power, of course. And not only this, of course, many other cultural also effect we can mention about the serials of Turkey, movie serials has played very big. At the beginning, the serials were playing to give on the name of Turkey very different image, for example, very secular lifestyle, etc. But then in the second phase, and in the second stage, when Dirilish Ertuğrul, Abdul Hamid, and Osman, and many other serials played another role in reminding the world, and especially reminding the Muslim world about their history and about their common history, not about only Turkish history, but about the common history of Turks and the Arabs. And also Turkey, of course, its role in Palestine. And the next session, the next speaker will, I think, Talha is with us, and he'll talk about Turkey and the question of Palestine. And in Palestine, Turkey was in its whole history. It played a very, very important role. It didn't recognize the definitions of Israel about terrorism, it's declared Hamas is not terrorist. It is just and this, of course, was a price. Israel also was behaving to PKK as also as synonymous or a sort of equal, identical with Hamas. But AK Party didn't care. Tayyip Erdoğan didn't care, and he hosted many Hamas leaders or Hamas members in Turkey, and tolerated them to play their, of course, political roles and activities in this country. And Turkey also became with many other dimensions, but what I call the return of the political in the Turkish policy, because this peace in the world and peace in the world, peace at home, peace in the world concept was narrowing Turkish political sphere. And in the AK Party period, if I am asked to phrase that policy in very few words, I can say that there is a sort of a return of the political to the Turkish foreign policy. That means Turkey tried to change many things that was constant, which were imposed as constant elements within Turkish foreign policies, not only from their own internal dynamic, but of course from external dynamics or external obligations. And I stop here and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aktay. His topic was about the role of Turkey in regional policies and in the Muslim world. He said to understand the AK Party foreign policy, we need to understand that foreign policy or the foreign policy of Turkey came about after World War II, after the foundation of the Republic in 1923. And during that foundation, there was an agreement, of course, in Lausanne with Greece, but really, it was really working on behalf of the United Kingdom, which was the de facto power in Greek politics. Turkish nationality was based on this war that emerged after World War I, in the aftermath of this war. So we have to recognize the role of the United Kingdom in the foundation of Turkey, or Turkey. This was very important because it is tied to the policies that came afterwards in the Middle East. And the British policy of the Middle East was to divide and conquer and occupy, and to have a gap between the traditional relationship that existed before that during the Ottoman Empire between the Turkish and Arab people, and that most regimes that were constructed after World War I were constructed through, of course, the Sykes-Picot Accord, which was to divide the Middle East into French and English and different spheres. Borders were laid with mines, with problems, border disputes like what existed between Turkey and Syria. And in the Turkish mindset, the Arabs betrayed Turkey or the Ottomans at the time, while the Arabs were convinced by the British that they were under imperialist occupying power. So we need to recognize the role of the West of Britain, particularly in the early history, and to understand who the real enemy had been, and where the UK tried to put Turkey against the Arabs, or to pit Turkey against the Arabs. As a result, there were several measures taken in Turkey to distance it from the Arabs and the Islamic culture, including, of course, the change of the alphabet. Even he mentioned music and other things. Overnight, there was a major policy change that reoriented Turkey away from the in Turkey during much of the 20th century, not of course to care about what happened in its neighbors in the southern parts, Syria, Palestine, Iraq, so on and so forth. Turkey was separated in effect from its southern neighbors, and not to put any claim regarding its historical relationship with the Arab and Turkic worlds. The attempt to separate Turkey from its past was not surprising for its success away because of the Turkish elites that ruled Turkey for much of that time. Much of the discourse and consequences were imposed in Turkey in the aftermath of World War I. This approach continued throughout the 20th century, including its alliances, military and otherwise, with European and Western powers. Over time, there were multi-party system allowing for elections and change of approaches, and unfortunately, Turkey during that time recognized like Israel and siding with the French against the Algerians as the rulers and the elites were taking place. Are we okay? You know what's going on? Why are we having this echo? Is that mine? I don't think it's mine. Okay. There was a shift in policy, of course, after the AK party came to power. But before that, we also saw some changes, as Dr. Irhan and Dr. Aktay talked about Cyprus issue, but there was change in the paradigm. There was a paradigm shift in the foreign policy after the AK party came to power. Even the issue of Europeanization, as was mentioned in the previous presentation, was different because it put Turkey identity with Europe, but it also tried to maintain or regain its Islamic identity. Europeanization was a weapon used against the discourse taking place at the time. The AK party challenged the Europeanization and put it to the test. AK party restored its relationship with much of the Middle East and normalized its relations with the Arab world and the Islamic worlds. The policy of that party was zero conflict with its neighbors and called for cooperation in all fields and to play a positive role. The AK party does not share the Kemalist ideology, but to promote an Islamic democratic identity, which gave it, which presents itself as an inspirational to the most, an attractive model to the Arab and Muslim worlds. He mentioned human rights, economic success and development, democracy, and so on and so forth. He said that also leadership played a role, particularly with the staying power of over 2 decades. Someone who presents himself as a believer and very respectful of the Muslim world and Muslim culture and history. And finally, he mentioned the Turkish policy in soft power as an example of building up Somalia, the largest humanitarian aid given to different societies, and stressing the common history between Turkey and the Arabs, and playing an important role. And he finally ended by saying that the AK party rule in that region was a return to the political, or return of the political to foreign policy. Thank you so much, Dr. Aktay. Now we turn to our third presenter, Dr. Talha Kousei. Dr. Talha, you have 25 to 30 minutes. I know everybody exceeded by 5 minutes, so take your time, please.
Thank you very much for invitation. It's a great conference. Unfortunately, I wasn't there physically due to my medical condition, but I would like to contribute to this discussion. So the earlier speakers set some stage for my discussion and for my contribution, and I will specifically focus on Turkey's foreign policy or policy with regard to Palestinian issue. So, of course, there are certain elements of continuity and certain elements of change in Turkey's Palestinian policy. And in comparison to the other areas, I think, policy items, I think the elements of continuity are more in Palestinian issue. So historical and cultural ties with Palestinian people and support for the Palestinian cause have always been strong in Turkey. This is probably one of the most important pillars and aspects of relations with Palestine. I think there is also non-partisan consensus on the support for the Palestinian cause. So there are very few ideas or very few cases where there are, non-partisan consensus, and I think this is the situation for Palestinian cause and Palestinian people. Of course, there may be some skepticism about some political actors like Hamas, Islamic Jihad, or some more marginal left Palestinian organization. So some groups in Turkey may be critical of those those actors, but it is also given some space that, due to unjust, unfair treatment of Palestinians, these are, some aspects of the Palestinian issue. So despite the declining interest of global public on Palestinian issue in the last decade, there is still a very strong interest among Turkish population and Turkish political actors on those issues. And especially the current AK party government is leading this support. I think the government's role is very important for maintaining the sensitivity and interest in Palestinian cause, Palestinian issue. So in the mainstream Arab understanding, Turkey and President Erdogan is portrayed as biased towards Hamas, which is not the case indeed. I mean, I think Turkey's interest is not limited to Hamas, but in a broader Palestinian cause, Palestinian people. So strengthening and sustainability of the Palestinian Authority is one of the most important priorities of Turkey. So this is a multifaceted issue and task, and Turkey contributed and still contributed all these pillars, including the political, economic, diplomatic, humanitarian aspects. And not only the government and political actors, but civil society, civilian actors in Turkey are very actively supporting the Palestinian cause. So there is a strong civil society activism that supports the Palestinian cause. We can also add some left-wing, civil society organization that also feel solidarity with Palestinian cause due to different reasons. So there may be many issue areas where there are both continuities and change depending on the governments. However, in the foreign policy, there are also, less ups and downs. So in comparison to the other policies, especially in Turkey, there are less, ups and downs, but there may be some elements of, change, elements of, difference. So as Professor İçener mentioned, our complicated relations with the EU and, West, there are also complicated relations with the Middle Eastern countries. There may be some variation in governments, especially during the coalition governments in 1990s, foreign policy orientation priorities was different. But in terms of, I think, the orientation, AK Party government is one of the most consistent governments in terms of foreign policy. There may be some minor variation during the AK Party government as well. So, for instance, in the early years of AK Party government, as Erhan İçener also mentioned, EU integration, EU membership was to a certain extent priority. Both foreign policy and domestic politics has been shaped in these lines. So due to, I think this Turkey's interest was blocked by right-wing governments like Angela Merkel, Nicolas Sarkozy at that time, and also Greek Cypriots, membership to EU also, and Greek Cypriot, actions blocked Turkey's further involvement in the EU membership, which also changed Turkey's orientation. I think that was an important turning point. So, of course, transatlantic relations and alliance with NATO and US was a significant area, significant priority for Turkey during the entire Cold War era. And it continued until 2000s. But after 2006, especially the blocking of Turkey's EU membership by certain countries and lack of interest for Turkey's membership in EU, I think Turkey decided to change foreign policy orientation and make it a little bit more diversified. So this was in line with improving relations with Middle East countries, the discourse of zero problems with neighbors, or strengthening the ties with neighbors, improving relations with Russia, Africa opening, Latin America opening, and interest with Asia were significant pillars. But among all these, I think Turkey's interest in the Middle East, MENA region, was top priority for Turkey, and it coincided with AK Party's foreign policy interest. So I think, these interests, there was already the foundations of cultural, religious, and trade relations, but starting from 2006, I think engaging further with the MENA region, especially including the Turkey's neighbors, become, priority for Turkey. And this continued until the end of the Arab Spring. End meaning, declining of some of the claims of, Arab Spring. And of course, recognizing Hamas as a legitimate and elected government in Palestine normalizing relations with Syria during 2005-2006, and support for Arab Spring were significant policy choices for Turkey. In these areas, Turkey contradicted actually with transatlantic partners, EU partners. Also, Turkey's support for Iran nuclear diplomacy was also, diverged from, transatlantic orientations. So as you see, in certain areas, including the Palestinian policy, Turkey shifted its orientation and diverged with the transatlantic partners. And especially after the July 15, 2016 failed coup, orientation became different. So in between 2006 to probably 2016, main idea was to diversify foreign policy, increase relations with multiplicity of actors, increase economic relations. But after 2016, I think main orientation was national security and survival of the Turkish state. And again, military security orientation become much more important, where Turkey played a more significant role with Russia, whereas contradicted with neighboring countries and many countries, unfortunately. So, of course, a new era of normalization came with UAE, Saudi Arabia, Egypt in 2020, which is not finished yet. There is also improving relations with Israel. Among all these, I think, changes, ups and downs, I think Palestine policy was quite consistent, yet there was some more introvert policy in the last couple of years. So to be honest, Turkey supported the reconciliation between Palestinian actors, supported Palestine internationally, yet I think the significance of issue is not top priority today in comparison to probably 10 years ago. So, my question is how Turkey's policy with regard to Palestine is shaped, and what are the key parameters of this policy during the Republican era? So I'm gonna go back to some the basis. So what are the key parameters? So the first parameter is the public support and advocacy for almost all segments of Turkish society to Palestinian cause. The second parameter is cultural and historical consciousness of Turkish people on the Ottoman Islamic identity that connects Turkey with the Palestinian culture and Palestinian land. So the identity issue. The third issue is regional policy with regard to MENA region and relations with the Arabs. So that was another significant parameters which determines the relations with Palestine. The fourth parameter is Turkey's relations with West and overall foreign policy priorities and orientation. Of course, along the Republican era, as Yasin Aktay mentioned, Turkey played in the lines of the West, NATO, for a long time. It was only until 1970s and 2000s where Turkey diverged its foreign policy more autonomously with regard to the region. Fifth parameter that's defining Turkey's relation with the Palestine is Turkey's vulnerabilities in the area of security and economy. This connects with the Turkey's relations with Israel. I think this is also West on this issue. So sometimes played positive, sometimes negative, but that's an important parameter. The sixth parameter that is defining Turkey's Palestine policy is related to ideological orientation and priorities of the domestic political actors. So there is always some balance between security and economy, and depending on the ideological orientation, some actors prioritize security, some actors prioritize economy, some actors prioritize relations with different actors. But I think how to formulate Palestinian policy, in how to formulate ideology played a role. So left-wing actors framed it more like a struggle for justice. Islamist actors defined as the Islamic cause. nationalist actors connected with the Turkish historical, ties, Ottoman ties. So there are different ideological concerns, but in most cases, those concerns overlap. And the seventh parameter, I think, for determining Turkey's policy with regard to Palestine is related to Turkey's perspective and vision about the international system. So the commonly mentioned President Erdogan's criticism of the international system under the title of "The world is bigger than five" is very important. So I think how Turkey sees, criticized, or understood the international system affects the Palestinian cause. So we will discuss those issues and how those parameters shaped. But before that, what are the elements of continuity in the Palestinian issue, Palestinian cause? I think first element is Turkish people, Turkish political actors have always been sensitive on the issue of status of Al-Quds and Al-Aqsa Mosque and Harem el-Sharif. I think even the secular actors have always been sensitive on this issue. Palestine issue, Palestinian identity is very much connected with this, and Turkish people, Turkish population make strong identity-related connection with the status of Al-Quds and Harem el-Sharif. The second issue is there was always a commitment to fair two-state solution to the Palestinian-Israel conflict. And this idea was supported in many multilateral platforms, international platforms, and everywhere. I mean, there is a very consistent policy line in this. So independent and autonomous and sustainable Palestinian states that has, the sovereign equality in the international system has always been supported. There is a consistent pattern of support. And the other issue, I think the elements of continuity, Turkey never accepted Quds, Jerusalem, as the capital of Israel and resisted this idea in all international multilateral platforms, despite its risks and pressures for Turkey and some even threats from some, Western counterparts. I think this was a very sensitive issue. Turkey took many risks in relations with Western countries. Another issue of continuity definitely is Turkey is one of the first countries to recognize Palestinian state in exile in 1988. So that was very important. So despite being member of the NATO, having the member of, Western alliance, Turkey played this role. Another issue is, Turkey was always high level of popular sympathy to Palestinian cause. I think this comes from the grassroots, and almost all segments of Turkish society felt that. So, in the ordinary days when there are problems, when there are Israeli attacks to Palestinians, you walk through the Taksim Square or Fatih Square, Fatih region, you see either left-wing or, right-wing Islamists protesting this. That's very important to maintain this consciousness. And of course, this grassroots level interest and discourse also puts pressure on the governments. So if governments in Turkey are not interested in this cause, I think this grassroots level pressure makes this more relevant and puts some pressure. Another issue of continuity is, I think, the Turkey's commitment to humanitarian cause and support for Palestinian people on these humanitarian lines. I think, there is a constant element of humanitarian aid, humanitarianism in Turkish foreign policy, including the late Ottoman era. And I think due to difficult condition of Palestinian people, due to their forced exile, loss of their territories, loss of their property, I think there is always Palestinian issue always has been one pillar of Turkish humanitarianism. And the other thing is, I think, the issue has been owned as part of the Ottoman legacy and cultural identity, cultural ties. So the problem was not considered as another conflict of the Middle East or another conflict of the Arabs that they should take care of themselves. So although, you know, Ottomans lost their territories and Turkey, you know, lost their interest during the early Republican era due to loss of Arab lands, the connection with Palestine and Palestinian people has never been abandoned. So these are elements of, I think, continuity that needs to be highlighted. And despite all the governmental changes, despite Turkey's vision in the international affairs, these are the elements of continuity. And but one significant limitation was, you know, as you know, after the establishment of the Turkish Republic, Turkey's orientation was mainly predominant towards the West. And especially this was more relevant after the World War II. Of course, it makes sense because Turkey felt threatened because of the Soviets. So during the 1950s, 60s, Turkish orientation to Middle East was quite consistent with the interest and overall policies of the Turkey's Western partners. So there were two specific episodes, two specific eras where Middle East and Palestinian cause gained more significant, more significant importance. So, well, I mean, first of all, in 1960s and 70s, so during the 1950s and 60s, Turkey wanted to become member of NATO and wanted to become part of the Western alliance and oriented its foreign policy, domestic politics with the West. So in that time, in those times, Turkish foreign policy has been shaped along the alliance, like the Baghdad Pact and CENTO. These were policies with regard to the MENA region that are in alliance or in line with the NATO interests. So Turkey shaped its Middle East policy, MENA policy, along the lines of the Western alliance. However, in the late 1960s and 70s, due to Cyprus issue, Turkey's relations with the Western allies, the NATO allies, deteriorated. And I think at that moment, there was more autonomy and Turkey decided to connect more with the Soviets. And at that time, I think Turkey was more interested with the Palestinian cause. I think the interest with regard to MENA region diverged from the NATO and Western alliance. And of course, Turkey's, the second era as such is the AK Party rule. AK Party definitely has certain political orientation. Yes, it was conservative. I mean, in terms of its ideology, it's conservative democratic, but element of Islamist ideology is also relevant. It is one pillar of AK Party's rule, and this makes a stronger connection with the Palestinian cause, and that's why I think there is more interest. Of course, one part is related to ideology, but the second part is also related with the increased interest of Turkey with the MENA region starting from 2005, 2006. So during 1970s, Turkey cozied with Soviets, cozied with the Arab world. And also, of course, at that time, there was attack to Al-Aqsa Mosque during, the fire of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. So Turkey played a much more active role in the Palestinian issue and take more initiatives and along the line of, organization OIC. So I think that was important, and in order to gain the support of Arab nations during the late 60s and 70s, Turkey played a significant role, more actively engaged with the Palestinian cause. Another era, I think, where Turkey was also, took more significant place during the, during the AK Party era. The Oslo peace process ended. So, and the pressure on Palestinians increased, and Israeli settlements has extended. So it wasn't clear what would be the future of the, after the failure of this Oslo peace process, what would be the future of the, Palestinian issue, Palestinian-Israeli conflict. So during that time, I think, Turkey took very clear statement and very clear position with Palestine. It was also very important. Of course, Turkey was supporting the peace process, but after the Sharon, it was clear that there wasn't any process anytime soon. So Turkey also, again, it also coincided with AK Party government took much stronger stance with the Palestinians. So, but when we come to, I think, 1990s and late 1980s, there was another limitation to Turkey's foreign policy. So unfortunately, the fight against PKK, Turkey's counter-terrorism has expanded in early 1990s. So at that time, it was difficult for Turkey to buy weapons from European nations and US due to some embargoes, and they put obstacles with regard to human rights violation. So Israel was the only country providing advanced weapons, modernization of the weapons in Turkey in 1990s. So there was a clear military pact between Turkish and Israeli actors in 1990s, which ended up also, which was strengthened with the February 28, 1997 what we call it postmodern coup. So at that time, Turkish military was much more oriented towards Israel, and this relationship was at the strategic level military cooperation. So, but this was also related to Turkey's limitation in the, limitation in its efforts to buy advanced weapons. So I think at that time there was a specific relationship, but it didn't took long. So as Turkey developed, as AK Party came to the government and Turkey developed its own weapon system, invested in arms industry, Turkey's vulnerability dependence on Israel has declined, and that special relationship and the military field have declined, which also gave more autonomy to Turkey to play with Palestinian actors. So that was also important. And one other aspect, I think, changing. So these are, the variation is neo-Ottomanism has been approached very positively during the AK Party era. I mean, I'm not talking about irredentism. I mean, connecting with Ottoman culture, Ottoman legacy, and Ottoman order has been approached more positively during the AK Party government. And of course, this, Ottomanism and connection with the Palestinian issue has been, formulated in these lines. And one other issue, actually, which also affected Turkey's position with regard to Palestinians, after the failure of the Oslo peace process, more radical actors came to power in Israel. So they were not sympathetic to Palestinian, as well as they were not sympathetic to Turkey as well. I mean, they were more or less ideologically driven. So these were some elements of change. So although there are continuities, there are certain elements of change as well. So when did Turkey improve with relations with, I think, Israel? I think it's very important. So I think the one significant parameter with
Dr. Talha, how much time do you need?
I can wrap up within several minutes if you want, but I can go on maybe more.
I know you can. That's why I asked the question. 5 minutes, okay?
Okay, maybe 5 to 6 minutes. I'm gonna
very well. Because we have two more discussants, and then we have our audience here waiting patiently. Okay. Thank you.
it's important to understand when Turkey improved relation with Israel. So one era was after 1949, where Turkey wanted to become part of Western alliance. At that time, Turkey played in line with the, Western alliance. Second era was 1980s, late 1980s and 1990s, where Turkey was struggling against PKK. And and also third era was military coup of 1997, February 28, where Turkish military decided to suppress Islamist civil society political actors in Turkish politics. And during the also peace process, also there was more positive approach of Israel. And finally, I think once Turkey has been sidelined in the East Med pipeline, so due to its problems with Greece, Greek Cyprus, Egypt, Israel, Lebanon, Turkey was sidelined in East Med pipeline, and this affected Turkey's long-term interests. And I think that was very significant event where Turkey decided to at least slowly normalize with Israel, because being sidelined from the East Med equation and energy pipeline is very negative. So, but we shouldn't, we should also remember this, the flotilla, Gaza flotilla thing, which deteriorated. So I think there are certain times where Israel-Turkish relationship has been improved, but this is mostly due to whether to gain the support of the West or where there are certain military vulnerabilities. Whereas if we go on to the key pillars of Turkish foreign policy that connects with the Palestinians, I think there is this historical cultural ties, and neo-Ottomanism started with the Turgut Özal. Before that, there was a clear rupture from the Ottoman legacy. So it was Turgut Özal himself who spread the idea of neo-Ottomanism. Neo-Ottomanism is not, I think, as I said, irredentism, but rather having a more positive connection with the culture, legacy of multiculturalism, coexistence of diverse religions and ethnics. So multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multi-sectarian order, and more appreciation of the culture of the Ottomans. So I think maintaining the status, I think of the Al-Quds as a multi-religious, multi-ethnic, center is very important for the maintenance of the Ottoman heritage and Ottoman legacy. I think that's an important connection. So both secularists, nationalists, Islamists, and nationalists agreed, I think, on the issue of Harem el-Sharif and also maintenance of Ottoman legacy. Of course, in the early Republican era, Kemalists were not interested to return to strengthening ties with the Arabs and Muslim world. But other than that, I think there was an increasing positive connection with the Palestinian cause. Some people framed it as neo-Ottomanism, but some others argue a more peaceful connection with the Turkey's history. The second issue is, Turkey is also committed to rules-based international order, and together with Kashmir issue, Cyprus issue, Palestinian issue is one of the remaining problems that has not been addressed for a long time. So I think Turkey is strongly committed to Security Council decisions, but I think it is at the same time predominant due to great powers' unjust one-sided perspective on the issue. So I think this is also related to Turkey's perspective and efforts to believe in, rules-based international order. Another important issue, I think, Turkey wanted to become important, significant player in the MENA region. So I think Palestinian cause, Palestinian issue constitutes a more significant era. Of course, it wasn't the first time, AK Party era wasn't the first time where Turkey decided to play a more significant active role in shaping the MENA politics. It started from 2006 to probably ended up with failure of the Arab spring. But I think in order to be active and competitive actors in the MENA region, you have to own the Palestinian issue and play more significant role. I think that was very important. So Palestinian issue was very significant, and Turkey took risks, including accepting democratically elected Hamas after 2006 and resisting some of the Israeli, extremist moves. So that was another important aspect of Turkish foreign policy, even during the AK Party. And finally, the humanitarian dimension of the issue. I think there is always this support for the humanitarian needs of the people in Turkish psyche, Turkish history. So even the Jews of the Andalus has been accepted Ottoman, or migrants, Syrian migrants. So I think in addition to all these strategic value, ideological value, historical ties, I think Palestinian issue constitutes a significant element of Turkish humanitarianism, which finds the support from the people as well as the legacy of Turkish foreign policy. So I mean, this was also the commitment to humanitarian needs of the Palestinian people is, and also maintaining a humanitarian diplomacy is a systematic aspect of Turkish foreign policy. And also AK Party era highlighted and emphasized these elements as well. So the Palestinian cause also falls into the humanitarian aspect of Turkish foreign policy as well. So I mean, to wrap up, I think although there are certain elements of change, there are certain elements of divergence, I think there are more elements of continuity in Turkey's Palestine policy. But it is clear that regardless of historical identity-related ties, it is also related to what kind of role Turkey wants to play in the global scene is also affecting how Turkey engaged, how Turkey determined its Palestine policy. But it also seems that none of the actors in Turkish policy, currently wanted to make major change in Turkey's support for the Palestinian cause support. But it also means that if there is more pro-Western actors, their orientation will be more in line with the European and American. Of course, they also diverge. But if there is more nationalistic or more conservative line, like the AK Party line, the commitment will be deeper, both ideologically as well as culturally, and this issue will be more significant spots. But of course, Turkey will try to coordinate it with the other countries in the region, including Egypt. So I would like to thank for.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I will give very rapid summary, and then we'll go to our discussions. Dr. Kosi talked about there's some continuity and other changes within the policy. He gave some historical background, that this is a nonpartisan issue, that most important, this is an issue that has a consensus within the Turkish body politics. And there might be some differences, but they are on the margin rather than being major differences. There is much interest in Palestine from all political parties, but mainly during the AK Party and the Erdogan, there have been some people who perceive this as partial towards Hamas or an Islamic group, but this is not factual. Turkey tried to maintain a balanced relationship with the Palestinian Authority and the support of civil society organizations, and to show solidarity to all. There has been continuity and change, but it was up and down depending on the era and the issues. There is also complicated relationship with many Middle Eastern countries. The AK Party most consistent in terms of its foreign policy over the years. In the early years, because again of the EU integration policy, there was primarily focused on that, but After that process deteriorated, there was more emphasis on Middle Eastern and particularly also on Palestine, also because of the failed peace process that brought it even more prominent. Turkey decided to change its orientation in foreign policy after the failure of the EU integration, with having zero problems with its neighbors in the Middle East, and then it opened up more to Russia, Africa, Asia, and other countries. The foundations were there, of course, because of cultural and religious and trade relationships with that region. The policy continued until the end of the Arab Spring, but we need to also point out that after the Hamas win in 2006, that opened the door to have official and warmer relationship with that group, as well as they tried to reconcile and normalize with Syria and change some policies in the neighborhood. Also, he mentioned the Iran nuclear situation. After the 2000s coup, the failed coup here in Turkey, changes also took place, mainly around, there was focus mainly around national security and survival of the state. So that meant new relationships were taking place with Russia and more normalization recently with regimes in the neighborhood like Saudi Arabia and Arab Emirates, even Israel. There are no alignment taking place. We need also to consider that the Palestinian actors within the context of Palestine, that this has been taking place, of course, as a top priority for the past 10 years with the failure of the peace process. Then he asked the question, how did that policy change? And he gave what he called key parameters. I'm going to just mention them. A great public support within Turkey, the conscience and cultural identity of the historical relationship between Turkey and Palestine and the holy places, the regional policy and relationship with the Arabs generally, and the relations with the West and the reorientation of Turkey. And also there are security and economic imperatives in that relationship which impact its relationship with Israel, and the ideological orientation regarding the domestic actors, and the Turkey perspectives around the international system and how it impacts the Palestinian cause. Then he talked about the elements of continuity. Again, he talked about the Turkish people's sensitivity towards the issues of Al-Quds and Al-Aqsa and the holy places. There is a strong identity with these issues within Turkey. Then he talked about the commitment to this two-state solution from the Turkish decision makers in international platforms, that this has been a consistent pattern. He said also that Turkey never accepted Jerusalem to be Israel's capital, which again, a very sensitive issue here. Fourthly, he talked about the recognition of the state of Palestine in exile in 1988, and that how this has been a consistent policy regardless of who is in power. Number 5, he talks about this high level of support again of the Palestinian cause, regardless of politics or ideology, and there is a grassroots support. 6 was the support of humanitarian aid, particularly to the Palestinian people who have been suffering because of the loss of their country. 7th, there is the issue that has to do with the Ottoman legacy, not as an extension of the Israeli-Arab conflict, but rather as a historical sentimentality. And then there is a limitation, he said, about Turkish orientation with West because, again, of the Soviet threat that has ended. There was a policy change between the 50s and the 60s as these things have changed, and he went through the historical narrative of being part of the West in the Center and the Baghdad Pact and so on, and then going into the 70s with more alienation because of the Cyprus up to the current era, where we had the AK Party taking a charge in a different geopolitical facts, and that Israel at one point was the only one providing advanced weapons to Turkey in the 90s. That has changed also during later years, where Turkey does not depend on that aspect anymore. Then he talked a little bit about the motivations with the continuity. He said the Quds, Turkey looks at Jerusalem as being a multi-religious, multicultural heritage, that it's he looked at Turkey as being more peaceful and coexistence world. It looks at international issues from a pan-Islamic point of view that needs justice. The issue of Palestine and Kashmir, he mentioned. And then he said also that Turkey wants to be a significant player in the MENA region due to, again, to the importance of Palestinian issue that it cannot ignore. Number 5 was the humanitarian dimensions of the issue because, again, of the suffering. So he summarized by saying this is strategic, ideological, cultural, humanitarian, political interests all are combined, bring Palestine to become a major issue for Turkey. So there are more elements of continuity than change. And he asked the question, what kind of role does Turkey want to play worldwide is going to impact how it approaches the Palestinian issue. He says no major actor want to distance from the support. No major actor wants it to be distant from the support of that country. And of course, within the Turkish body politics, it's going to depend who comes to power. But he said that mostly there is a consensus on Palestine, generally speaking. Thank you very much for all our speakers. It's been a long day, but we still have 2 discussants. I want your patience, and then we will allow those people here to, before we go to lunch, to ask any questions, and then we'll allow each one of our contributors, our presenters, to answer. Let's start with Dr. Anas Takriti, 10 minutes. You're muted, Dr. Anas. Oh, no, we can hear you now.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Sami, and thank you to Siga. And also thank you to the 3 presentations. They were all extremely fascinating and very, very beneficial. I'm going to start with an observation taken from personal experience, and that is that for the first 10, probably 12 years of the AK Party rule, I was involved in numerous meetings with policymakers, with legislators throughout Europe, in North America, the USA and Canada. And I would claim that in virtually every single meeting, and that was done in my capacity as what they used to label me as an Islamist, and probably they still do. And the discussions were, you know, whether Islam is compatible with democracy, whether Islam and women is an issue that is acceptable to the West generally, and the like, you know, and extremism and violence and all of this. And I would claim that in every single one of those meetings, we were taken to task and challenged and told, can you become like Turkey? Turkey was held as the model that Islamists around the world were challenged to emulate. But that then quickly changed. And I think that the trying to pose the questions as to what was it that led to that shift in policy or in perspective from the policymakers' angle, from Turkey being a model to emulate to something to be challenged, to be fought, to be seen as a threat. I think that's extremely interesting and important. You know, from all the 3 presentations, I can't help but come to a conclusion that we have one challenge, and in fact, it's called in political terms a curse. And that curse is the curse of resources. When you have certain resources that are attractive to the world, you are targeted. You are seen as a threat unless you abide by the wishes of the superpowers. And whilst in many GCC and Arab countries, the curse is the curse of oil, and for that they attract the wrong kind of attention. In Turkey, we have, in my estimation, we have far more important resources. And those are the resources of both history as well as geography. History, as you've well put, and especially Dr. Erhan, as to the legacy of Turkey and what Turkey brings in historical terms, but what that impacts in terms of ideology, in terms of values, in terms of systems and the like. And also, and this in these days particularly, obviously, the resource of geography. Turkey happens to occupy one of the most, if not the most, crucial, vital, most volatile, most strategically important location in the entire world. And for that, Turkey will always be seen as a great asset for those who wish for it to play a positive role. But at the same time, it will also be seen as a great threat to those who find that kind of potential problematic. Now, I think that part of this discussion that needs to be covered is the Western side. Obviously, we've covered very, very well. Our three presenters have discussed the Turkish point of view extremely well. And I'd just like to add to something that Dr. Erhan mentioned and Dr. Yasin Aktay also stressed, and that is that the AK Party is seen as one of the most successful. In fact, I would go on to argue that it is by far the most successful political party in terms of several aspects, one of them being how many successive democratic elections it has won. I don't think that wherever we look around the world, we can find a similar notion. And that obviously, by the way, I mean, whilst it looks very, very well, it also comes with its own sets of challenges. For the party itself to reinvent, reinvigorate, renew and the such, and also to appeal to a new set of audiences. The audience that voted in AK Party 20 years ago is a different audience that's about to vote in 2023. But the issue of the West is extremely important. And because I occupy the European continent, and this is where essentially my work is, I can tell you for sure that part of the problem of this lies heavily within the construct, ideological, value-based, as well as political and economic, of Europe itself. Europe is in crisis mode. And this crisis mode is seen by economic factors, by social factors, by security factors, but unseen in terms of ideology. And, you know, it might be quite convenient for Western thinkers and ideologues to say that we separate state from religion, or we separate ideology from politics. But in reality, ideology plays a very, very heavy role in the state of politics in Europe particularly, but also more so in the US. And this is something that Dr. Sami will know far more about. Now, this issue of ideology, you can see quite clearly and overtly, and sometimes quite brashly, in the rhetoric and narrative adopted by the French state and manifested by the French government about the threat from the East, about the recent trip of Macron to Romania, whereby France provided aid so that Romania bolstered its eastern borders, and the reasons for that given clearly were about ideology, about this historical conflict between East and West, between Islam and Christendom. And this is something that needs to be also taken into perspective, albeit I recognize that as political analysts, it's something that we can't really focus on, or we don't like to focus on too much. Also, the issue of identity. The West today, and particularly Europe, is facing an existential internal crisis in trying to come to terms with what it actually is. And this is for a number of reasons. One of it is that there is a new wave of realization of the legacy that built Europe, whether it be because of the lockdown of COVID, where people had more time to think and research and Google and the such, or whether it be because of certain incidents that happened, particularly the George Floyd incident in America, which brought about this talk, this discussion about race and about how racist or otherwise Europeans and Americans and Westerners generally are. And for this, amongst the discussion is, well, we claim to uphold democracy, freedom, rights, and human rights and the such, but how true are we to these values? How much are we willing to go out of our way and to sacrifice in order to uphold those values when it comes not only to ourselves, but also to our allies and neighbors? How is it that we can claim to uphold human rights when some of our big and major trading partners happen to be violators of human rights and, declare so quite openly? How is it that we can claim to be pro-democracy when, we see fledgling democracies being crushed under the military tanks and army tanks, and we do absolutely nothing? How can we claim to value trust and truth and the such when we are now talking about the 20th anniversary of the war in Iraq, which was based on a lie, and during which many human rights, all these are creating a climate of discussion which is extremely robust and actually threatens the stability of the political model. And I think we've all seen what's been happening over the past 5 or 6 years in Europe in terms of, I sometimes speak to some of my Turkish colleagues, whether it be in the UK or Europe or whether it be in Turkey itself. And I say that whilst I understood and I even supported and helped, assisted physically, the attempts for Turkey to join the EU back in 2004, 2006, 2008, we lobbied various governments. But now, to be honest, if I was asked, I would say, why do you even care? I understand the strategic gains, but actually Europe now is in its weakest and poorest form. So, wrapping up in the final minute or so, Turkey faces extreme challenges within and without, and we haven't even touched on the impact and the long-term impact of the recent earthquakes in southern Turkey and northern Syria. But the internal challenges are immense. The external challenges, I believe, are due to the fact that Turkey carries the potential to be an actual game changer, not only regionally, but also globally. Over the past 20 years, no other country, no other country has achieved the kind of economic as well as democratic expansion and development that Turkey has. And that in itself poses a benefit for those who wish to use it, but also an extreme risk for those sitting in Europe. You might remember the part of the Gezi Park discussions were about closing down the Istanbul airport project. There were many discussions about not doing some of the bridges that linked Istanbul with its Asian part, and so on and so forth. These are challenges for Europe. Turkey holds the reins, I believe, to actually transforming the way the politics is done regionally, but also on a wider scale, touching on Europe and even far beyond. We have to also mention the expansionist sort of projects of Turkey in Libya, in Syria, in Azerbaijan. All of this is catching the attention of the world, and I think that it's something that requires further discussions along the line about, and especially probably after the elections in May. Anyway, thank you very much. I apologize if I've taken a little bit more than my allocated time. Jazakumullah khair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anas. Our second discussant is Dr. Farouk. Let's let you know.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me, and also Professor Aryan, don't blame yourself for not properly pronouncing my surname. It's very problematic even for the native speakers of Turkey. Well, I have heard up until this age, I mean, Yaslı Çimen, Yassı Çemen, Yeşil Çemen, Yeşil Çınar, Yassı Çınar, all various sorts of them. So that's perfectly fine with me. Well, now my comment will be brief, and it will be a transition to the Q&A session. If we start chronologically, of course, the early years of the AK Party government, the foreign policy was, well, dominated by the accession to European Union debates. And that's perfectly clear for anyone in Turkey or outside Turkey why it was the case. Because we were all passing through 1970s, 80s, and 90s, living in a dictatorial-like authoritarian Kemalist establishment, and that was a way of survival. That was perhaps the only way of survival and legitimacy, and that's, I find, very pragmatic in that regard. So touching on Professor Erhan İçener's talk, and it's going to be a kind of review too. Well, I am thinking how well thought was the AK Party's early European Union policy right in the beginning. I mean, okay, that was a pragmatic choice. That was a matter of survival. Could they really think of what we should do? I mean, did they really relate this with their identities that is being newly formed or reformed, if you like, because transition from this Refah Partisi tradition to the newly, I mean, that was a moment when the identity is being discussed, and that while just think that it's a government that is being squeezed by this Kemalist pressure. On the other hand, you are just redefining your new identity, and then just in between, you are facing this beacon of hope temporarily, the European Union, and what could we expect that party to do? But that also brought about something, a motive that made the policies in the coming years unstable or not sustainable, perhaps. So maybe one of the questions that we can talk about, how well thought the AK Party's early years policy to be part of the European Union. And secondly, that's methodologically questionable but provocative, so I want to ask. And I'm thinking retrospectively, how indigenous was AK Party's European Union policy at that time? I mean, Professor, you mentioned some of the names like Egemen Bağış, Volkan Bozkır, and some others, but now, I mean, this is in the early, very liberal and well, but think of the composition of the earlier political elite of the AK Party government, and some of these names are not really active in politics. Some of them, just like Ali Babacan, I mean, opted for another way. And what about AK Party's formulation of approaches to the European Union, and what about the role of these individuals in forming the policy? And these are the times, well, that we know Erdogan was not only himself, the only man in power, but there was a kind of coalition, or there was a kind of multiplities of voices and opinions floating in order to decide the decision, in order to be influential in the decision-making process. But I think what is more important than this, while evaluating Turkey's foreign policy in the early years of the AK Party government, well, if we take it solely from the Turkey's perspective, and if we exclude the Europe and world politics by then, I am not sure if we can really understand that, because in the early 2000s and maybe since 1990s, the debate was revolving, remember, around the end of history and the Western, unchallenged Western hegemony. And yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with Professor El-Tikriti that the narrative was completely different. Europe was representing values in the world that are accepted more and more by the world. That, I mean, we didn't have this brutal invasion of Iraq. We didn't have the second one. I mean, we didn't have many of the calamities in the world. We didn't have the global rise of the far right phenomenon. So in such an atmosphere, Europe could be viewed differently and more strongly. So, I mean, if we exclude that, then maybe it will be more difficult to understand why it is not the only option, or it was not the only option for the Turkish government as a foreign policy direction after some time in, in 2013, 14. And I think we should not only be looking for domestic politics to understand Turkey's direction to European Union. There was lots of global things going on as well. And I think, Talha Hoca covered that to a degree, but Turkey has been one of the most successful countries in adopting to the multipolar world order that we're living in. We're going through a geopolitical earthquake now. I think the most recent and salient example is the China brokered deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia. Turkey has adopted to this years and years ago, and all the reconciliation and that Turkey is feeling. Well, I think this is to be debated, and this is one of the things that, that make the Turkish foreign policy maybe in the last 5, 6, or 8 years, and I don't think it is just related to the July 15 coup attempt and the growing antagonism between the Western countries and Turkey, but it is something international. It is something happening, a structural change that is taking place in world politics, and Turkish foreign policy figures and people could read it quite successfully and quite well, so that they could adopt to that. And also, one thing to not forget is the role of Turkey's growing military capacity and its contribution to Turkey's foreign policy and the weight of Turkey in foreign policy making. Turkey's military capacity has been influential in Syria, in Azerbaijan, in Libya, and now Turkey is one of the growing military equipment exporters in the world, and this is related with the increasing capacity of Turkish foreign policy, and I think we should also take this into account. I was listening to Professor Aktay's talk, and I think Hocam, it ended at the most exciting scene. I would really appreciate, Hocam, I would really appreciate if you explain. You said that peace at home, peace in the world perspective restricted for a long period of time Turkish foreign policy making. And then you said something very shortly, the return to the political as a kind of opening and maybe breakthrough. And I would really appreciate if you could, open that in the Q&A session. And last comment to Talha Köse's talk. Hocam, I definitely agree with you that that Turkey wants to talk to all parties, and the reconciliation with Israel is just a result of this. And you rightly put it that Turkey-Palestine relations have remained stable for almost 2 decades, but of course at the expense of fluctuations in Turkey-Israel relations. You rightly saying that the grassroots level support for the Palestinian cause will continue, but let's just speculate. Would this grassroots support be durable if in case the party government may not continue? Do you think Turkey's Palestine policy may experience a shift, or a kind of thrown into a silence or a deaf ear? What would happen than to Palestine's strongest NATO member supporter in that case? Would the grassroots opinions be manipulated or directed or channeled towards certain and the other ends or perspectives? So these are my comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Farouk, for these enlightening comments. I'm sure our presenters will take them into consideration when they get a chance to answer. Now, I would like to end this session at 1:30, so I need your cooperation when you make your comments to give as much time to the audience as possible, to limit your contribution to a comment or a series of questions, whatever it is, to 90 seconds. I know that's not a lot, but you can actually say a lot in 90 seconds. And that will give us a time for everybody to get a chance. Otherwise, if I give the floor only to 4 or 5 people, the others would feel that they have been not given the chance, and they might be upset at me, and I don't want people to be upset with me. So we're going to go around. So everyone. Start. Have any hands up? Okay, Abu Anis. Please identify yourself.
Thank you. This is Nihat Abu Nasser from Turkey. My first question will be to Dr. Yassin Aklai. Thanks so much at the beginning. The constitution of Turkish national identity, when we look at that, actually was as many. The first we found that evolution of the telephone was the first. And the light of all in this awakening that we can see and say it today. And after this policy shift, to what extent has AK Party succeeded in delivering this idea to Turkish people? As ID means to be or not to be. For example, I can see that the TV series like Ertuğrul, Osman spread around the Arab world, and it gets its fruits rather than in Turkey. So why? And until when? My second question is to Dr. Talha. The establishment of Turkish identity, which Dr. Yassin touched upon, is very important, as it helps in seeing the question of Palestine as a religious, political, cultural responsibility for Turkey, rather than a humanitarian destination or a luxury of choice for different governments to place it at their agendas. So in this context, do you see this responsibility as a reference for politicians in Turkey across different governments, and especially within the AK Party government? Thank you.
Thank you, Nihat. Next, yeah.
السلام عليكم. شكرا جزيلا على هذه الإضافات. اسمي إياد رشدي أبو ناصر، طبعا من فلسطين، اسمي محرر، 18 عام في سجون الاحتلال الصهيوني.
لو يحكي 30 ثانية، يحكي 30 ثانية وبعدين هي الترجمة. ترانسليتر لو سمحتي خليه يحكي 30 ثانية وبعدين انت تترجمي، وبعدين هو يحكي وانت تترجمي عشان ما يكونش في كروس توك. ثانك يو.
نعم، السؤال الأول بروفيسور ياسين أقطاي. ما زالت هذه الاتهامات بين بعض العرب وبعض الأتراك معشعشة في الأوساط ومتبادلة باتهامات بالخيانة وما إلى ذلك. طبعا تجاوزها الزمن في المحافل العلمية والنزاهة. إلى أي مدى عمل حزب العدالة على جسر وترميم هذه العلاقة خاصة مع العرب بكل ما يملكون من تاريخ ودور ومكون في المنطقة؟
Translation.
how far do you think the ACT Party has been?
Translation. We lost it. Oh, we lost it. Okay. Okay. He's. Let's see. We have Omar. Don't we have Omar? Oh, we lost him too. Well. السؤال الثاني عن فلسطين.
الشق الثاني له علاقة يعني بالسؤال الأول أيضا بتركيا. نعم، في سؤال عن فلسطين يعني سأطرحه بسرعة. تركيا وإيران دكتور ياسين قطبين إسلاميين كبيرين في العالم الإسلامي، لماذا لم تبادر تركيا أردوغان بفرادتها طبعا بفعل اختراقه في التحالف الاستراتيجي مع إيران حيال المنطقة العربية وفي القلب منها فلسطين، وبتقديري هو أكبر مشروع في السياسة الخارجية مستدام لأن الاحتلال لن يدوم، أم أن هناك تنافس بين تركيا وإيران على القضية الفلسطينية؟
The second question had to do with the possibility. Is there a possibility for Turkey and Iran to become strategic partners when it comes to Palestine, or are there more differences between them that prevent them from having that ability to come together on the issue of Palestine, facing what, in his opinion, the greatest danger to the region? And maybe we can even get Dr. Talha to answer that question. Okay, third, Abu Anas. Do we have the translator with us now? Okay.
It is better for me.
He will also speak 30 seconds in Arabic and then we'll hear the translation.
راح أسأل سؤال بسيط حتى ما في مشكلة في الترجمة، ودقيق جدا يعني حاولت أصيغه بطريقة مختصرة يعني. شكرا بداية لكل المحاضرين، وفعلا يعني شيء مهم جدا إنه نسمع هذا الكلام. سؤالي الأول للإخوة المحاضرين البروفيسورز، هل يمكن لتركيا أن تطبق معايير الاتحاد الأوروبي وتكون جزء منه، وفي نفس الوقت أن تكون تطبق معاييرها وموروثها الثقافي كأحد زعامات العالم الإسلامي؟ السؤال الثاني، هل تركيا دعمت حركات الفلسطينية وتحديدا حركة حماس كونها فازت في الانتخابات، أم هي تدعمها لأنها تؤمن بأنها جزء من حركة تحرر ضد احتلال إجرامي إرهابي يحتل الأرض والإنسان ويحتل المقدسات في فلسطين؟ السؤال الثاني نثق بالثالث طبعا آخر بعد الأصل. السؤال الثالث، طبعا نثق بتركيا ونثق بقيادة تركيا كثيرا، ونشهد لهم بما يقدمون لفلسطين ولقضايا الأمة، ولكن كيف يمكن تفسير استنكار الرسمي من تركيا للحركة لعمليات المقاومة الفلسطينية في أراضي 67؟ وهذه الأراضي طبعا هي محتلة، والقانون الدولي يتيح أو يقر باستخدام كل أنواع المقاومة من أجل إنهاء الاحتلال. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Aslan.
Great, thank you. Dr. Ömer Aslan from Ankara Yıldırım Beyazıt University. I would like to thank all speakers too. But my question is about European Union, so maybe Erhan Hocam can take this. You said, I think rightly, I agree with you definitely that the AK Party has rejected alternative plans and proposals in terms of EU-Turkey relationship. But for the last 5 years, I think there's a de facto relationship, which is more like a transactional relationship based on refugees, based on terrorism cooperation, and then positioning itself against Russia in certain aspects, not fully. In case the government remains, what is your take? How do you foresee the relationship will continue? What shape it will take? Do you expect a more commitment on Turkish part, or the European part? Or do you expect this transactional relationship to continue? Because to me, it looks like, of course, Turkey will never say that they're okay with this, but de facto, I think they're okay with this. If you, I mean, with taking into consideration if our trade with the EU continues at this level, which I think we will need definitely in terms of Turkish economic needs, if we can get certain funds and so on, so will we be okay with this kind of a transactional relationship? I think that's my question.
Thank you. Next. Ram.
Thank you for all of you. I have two questions, one for Dr. Erhan.
Identify yourself.
I'm Adil, Egyptian member. Yeah. I asked Dr. Erhan about the European Union. You told us about what the gain that Turkey takes from European Union, but you didn't tell us what's the gain that European Union takes from Turkey if they will be a part of it. And if also about Finland case, I know it is a NATO process, not another process, but is this one, it will be a one card, maybe force, or maybe a part that Turkey can press to be a part of European Union if they want that. I know you told that it's not important. Dr. Yasin, I ask you about we see that a dramatic change in political foreign policy for Turkey in last 10 years. It may be accepted or approved for a huge pressure or large pressure in Turkey, but this extreme change maybe survive, but you cannot be a pivot in the area or in the world. So why can you explain this dramatic change in political action, especially with Arab country in this also the question about the very aggressive word about the operation that occurred in occupied area in Palestine. It is important to declare. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, identify yourself.
My name is Osama. I'm a student from India. And my question is to Dr. Yasin Aktay about Turkey's foreign policy with regards to India. Now, Turkey has a deep historical relationship with India as well as Muslims in India. And these two have been, India has been cracking down on Muslims in India as well. So in case the situation goes worse, how will the foreign policy evolve, as India is investing more and more into the Middle East right now with getting closer to Saudi Arabia and UAE, and it might also try to get closer to Turkey. So that's my question.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Jalal Khashib. I'm a researcher in geopolitics and IR, and I'm a SIGA fellow. I have a comment and question at the same time addressed to Dr. Erhan. Dr. Erhan, you mentioned in your presentation that as I understood that one of the obstacles before Turkey to join the EU are the it's coming from the empire background, and you compare it with UK, and that's why the both are now outside of the EU, plus the nationalism in Turkey. And you said also that there is a dominance of realist perspective in Turkey, right? And the EU members are thinking beyond that. I think you mean the constructivist or a liberal thing. But here my comments. I think we should revise these narratives. First, not only Turkey and UK, this is not explanation for me at least, coming from the empire background. All the states, member states of the EU now come from the same background, the empire background. Look to the France, the Bourbons, and the Vaudois families, then Napoleon empire. So, and look to the Austria, the Habsburg. You ignored the most powerful empire in Europe in 16th century, 17th century. Then Prussia, Brandenburg, before it was Germany, with Frederick the Great, then Bismarck, then the Reich, the Third Reich. So all of them, Sweden, Denmark, all of them come from the same background, but they think this is not explanation for me. The nationalism, not only in Turkey, the nationalism come from Europe. The revolution in France, then the revolution in 1813 and 1848, then the nationalism in Balkan, 1872. So, and you mentioned also the hegemon, the dominance of the realist perspective in Turkey, and the EU members think beyond that. And this is, for me, also should revise this narrative. Why? I think one of the drives now is the EU members think in very realist perspective now, and one of the obstacles before Turkey is to make Turkey as a buffer zone against the threats coming from the Middle East or from the East, from Russia. So this is the comments. The question, the other question, the question to you, Dr. Erhan, if you come back to the Cold War, the United States and the West provide the membership for Turkey to the NATO for one reason, geopolitical reason, is to contain the Soviet Union, but they refused to give them membership to EU as welfare community. Do you think now we are entering in a second Cold War? This is, I mean, I know this is a debatable question, with the rise of China now, and the United States face the Chinese race and the Asian race now, Russia too. Do you think the history now is come back, the return of history with the return of geopolitics at the same time? Do you think Turkey will be a membership now for the same reason in the EU, to enhance this liberal international system led by the United States and enhance the alliance, the Western alliance against the Chinese now? This is the question. Or especially if if another party will be in the power here. The other question, or you think that Turkey is a revisionist state now and will be in the other camp with Chinese against the international liberal order led by the United States? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our last commentator or questioner is Taimur. He's online. Taimur, go ahead.
Okay.
Our Taimur. He's in Pakistan.
Assalamu alaikum, Professor. Okay, so I'm so glad to see everyone in SIGA, especially Dr. Irhan. Can you people hear me, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so Dr. Irhan, I have few questions from your presentation, and I want to take this privilege being your student. So, like, there was also an article before. Can you people hear me? No. Hello?
Yeah, yes, loud and clear, loud and clear.
Okay, so it was holding the door half open, then now the surviving in coma. So what do you think, like why you, because we have seen in the enlargements that happened in 2004, followed by the enlargement in 2007 of EU, that the EU infrastructure
Taimur, wait. We lost.
Taimur, we didn't hear you. You dropped for a minute. Can you repeat and start from the question? We got your greetings, but we didn't get the question.
Okay. Let me start it again. So the relations between EU and Turkey, you have mentioned the history extensively of the relations between the two. But we have seen in enlargements like in 2004 and 2007 that there were compromises that EU took and annexed the countries that were formerly the communist European countries. Why these compromises are not for Turkey? Like, what are the factors that are restricting European Union to engage with Turkey while having these compromises on criteria? Secondly, the geopolitics of Turkey. Like, if we see the regional security complex theory by Barry Buzan and Olive Weaver, what are the prospects of Turkey to revive its position as a buffer state between European and Middle Eastern regional security complexes under current circumstances? Because as we are experiencing or we are observing the developments in European Union right now, I don't think so. Like, as you said also, that the situation is in surviving in coma. So maybe this coma is because of the fragility that exists within the European Union infrastructure. So can Turkey revive its position of being buffer, being a neutral state between Middle Eastern security complex and European security complex? The last question is regarding the upcoming presidential elections. Like, we have seen that since 2002, there is a whole new generation that was born, grew up, and they are now going to cast their vote. What do they think about Europe? And what do they think about Turkey's engagement with Europe, and how much the political parties of Turkey that are going to contest in this upcoming presidential election, how they are incorporating the segment of European Union in their manifestos, election manifestos? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Taimur. I promise to give who? بسرعة لو سمحت. دقيقة. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Saida Khaira Ben Ammar, researcher in media studies from Ghirizan University from Algeria. I don't have a very good relation with political sciences, but as I understand from Dr. Yassin Aktay, he was talking about relation between Turkey and Algeria. So my question is very direct to him. Does the power of personal relation between Algeria and Turkey impact in any way the differences in public policy of the two states?
Thank you. Okay, I promised to give each one 10 minutes. So I'm going to do that, and I beseech them, I urge them, I plead with them to keep within the 10 minutes. Thank you. Yes. You want me to start someone else?
Yes. I think there are so many questions. So
you're going to take more than 10 minutes?
That's what I guess. I don't know. If you wish, I don't mind. I can.
I know you don't mind, but our next session is at 3. We still have to have lunch.
Okay. I will give quick and short answers, so it's possible, no problem. That's what I will do. First of all, I just focused on AK Party's relations with the European Union, so I didn't cover all Turkish foreign policy. I didn't intend to answer all the questions about Turkey-West relations either. My main focus was in the presentation try to explain why and how AK Party engaged with the European Union and why the relations are at this stage right now. This was only my limited focus. Also, we are not writing an article. Sometimes our friend is writing his comments. There are other empires in Europe as well. So it was a quick comment when I was talking about the issue. I'm familiar with the European history and I know that there are other empires in the European continent as well. But when you are speaking, obviously, you say such things. But I'm going to give an answer to his question on the point that what I meant. I will start with Mr. El-Tikriti. I actually agree with most of his comments, but I took some notes so that I can give answer to them. He talked about being a model, Turkey being a model to the all Islamists around the world, and right now it is considered as a threat by the West. It's all about how the West sees Turkey and the AK Party. At that moment, AK Party was very close to the European Union or the relations with the West. They want the Middle East and the other parts to emulate the West, be Westernized. So as long as Turkey is more close to Western type of political system and ideals, you will see more model of Turkey in the terms of being a Muslim and the Western and secular at the same time. So this is the nature of Turkish political system. And actually, I don't think that I'm wrong, but Talha Hoca will know better than me. When Erdogan and AK Party representatives went to some Middle Eastern countries, they also highlighted the importance of secularism, and that kind of talk is done by also, that kind of role also is played by Turkey. This doesn't mean that Turkish political actors or Turkey doesn't have Islamic agenda. But the secular nature of the state or secular nature of Turkish political history is there. And another thing that I would like to mention, Turkey, AK Party, we are all the product of our history. I mean, we are all coming from this Ottoman Empire, Westernization, Europeanization experience. All of us. We are trained, some of us trained in Turkish universities, but in English, and they are American or European. We had American or European trained professors. We had our PhDs or postdocs in Western universities. So this is what we are. AK Party is also product of this kind of experience. It might be very controversial. I don't know whether you heard that. Again, if I'm wrong, I expect my colleagues to correct what I have said. But I remember that Şerif Mardin, the late great sociologist of Turkey, he stated that the election of Erdogan is the success of Kemalism. The greatest success of Kemalism is the election of Recep Tayyip Erdogan. So these are very interesting issues to be discussed in Turkey. Yani, we should pay attention to all these issues. I'm not saying that Şerif Mardin is right, but this is a statement coming from one of the leading greatest scholars of Turkey. Curse of its resources. It's a curse and asset at the same time. I agree with, again, Dr. El-Tikriti, history, geography, and its identity of Turkey. They are all both curse and asset at the same time. At certain points of history, depending on the contextual changes or geopolitical developments you have mentioned, sometimes Turkey is benefiting from being a Muslim populated country. At certain times, Turkey is suffering from being a Muslim populated country. It's all about at which point of global politics or in the history we are, and the domestic actors in Turkey are either benefiting from it or suffering from it. But this is what we are. Again, this is a Muslim populated country, which includes different political groups, like, I repeat, any other political country in the world. And there is confusion about its identity also. This is, as most of us know very well. Again, I'm going to echo Egemen Bağış, as he was talking a lot, as he was responsible for Turkey relations. He was always citing that Turkey is the most eastern country of the West and most western country of the East. So it is the most western country of the East or the Islamic world, whatever anybody thinks or however they would like to see Turkey. Turkey is not Pakistan, Turkey is not Malaysia, Turkey is not Egypt, Turkey is not Palestine. Okay. So also our brothers and sisters in other parts of the world should understand it. I mean, You cannot take Iran out of Turkey. You cannot take Pakistani Islamists out of Turkish Islamists. So there is this kind of national historical background and experience. I may be wrong again, but one of the most successful political parties was in Japan, the Liberal Democrat Party. Maybe they were much more successful than AK Party, but AK Party indeed in Turkish history is a very successful political party. And I repeat, Erdogan is one of the most in Mexico. I didn't know that. Okay. Europe is in crisis moment debate. Turkish EU relations and European integration has experienced several crisis moments. I mean, there are always going to be ups and downs in relationship. Let me give you an example from 1997. In 1997, in Luxembourg European Council, European Union leaders at the time were mainly coming from Christian democratic countries. They excluded Turkey from EU enlargement process. They listed all Central and Eastern European countries, and they offered a specially designed strategy for Turkey. And at that moment, the leader, prime minister in Turkey was Mesut Yilmaz, a center-right liberal politician, conservative in the European sense. He said that Germans, and he is German trained in Turkey, German language, high school and university. He stated that Germans are trying to follow Lebensraum policy of Hitler, and they are trying to create a Christian democratic union. This didn't come from Erbakan. This came from Mesut Yilmaz, more westernized politician of Turkey. But what happened 2 years later, 1999, Turkey was declared a candidate country destined to join the European Union. So 1997 was a crisis moment. There was kind of a rejection of the European Union in Turkey. Turkish political actors declared that we are going to integrate with TRNC as much as the EU integrates with Greek Republic of Cyprus. But I repeat, 2 years later, all situation changed, and it opened the way for AK Party government in 1992, which endorsed all EU membership process. EU in 1970s, 80s experienced crisis. In 90s experienced crisis. Each crisis moment is an opportunity for further integration. If you ask me that whether the European Union will end in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, I don't expect that it's going to end. There is an idea about peace, security, and stability. Right now, we are not in one of the best moments. Like not in one of our best moments in 1997. So this happens in the political history. But I don't know what will happen in the future, obviously. I mean, anything can happen. But we don't need to be that pessimistic in evaluating all these crisis moments. That's my point. Crisis doesn't mean chaos. Crisis doesn't mean the end of any international organization or any state. Let me look at, and then I will finish. Is Europe in the weakest form? Why do you care? I actually want all political leaders and actors to answer this question. As an academic, I have an answer. But I repeat, why all Turkish political parties right now do not declare that they do not want to be a member of the European Union? I mean, I have an answer, but no matter what I say, it will be difficult for me to convince anybody. I wish one journalist may ask all political leaders in Turkey, I'm not talking about Recep Tayyip Erdogan, all political leaders in Turkey, why don't they say that we don't want Turkey to join the European Union? So this is the answer. This is my answer as well. Okay. AK Party, again, I tried to explain this, but I do not see AK Party as a kind of a transformation of Refah Partisi. There were some comments coming from that. AK Party itself denied that, and I find it a little bit problematic to mention that all the time. There is obviously many members of AK Party who started their political life and matured in their political life in Refah Partisi or Welfare Party. But you know, until his death, Erbakan rejected what AK Party has been doing, and I don't remember AK Party saying very positive things about Refah Party until that moment. We started to experience reinvention of Recep Erbakan and Rauf Denktaş in the last years of AK Party rule. Again, this is a situation to be explained. How indigenous was AK Party's policies, or how well thought the AK Party's policies were at the beginning? In terms of cultural impact, in terms of impact of European Union on Turkish political life, I don't think that they really had this kind of cultural thinking, Islamic thinking, but they were very much focusing on how we can overcome all these problems related with improvement of democracy, improvement of Kurdish rights, solving Cyprus problem, gaining more rights to practicing Muslims in Turkey. It was more and more democratization issue. And we are talking about lessons learned from the past. We all know that AK Party was established as a result of lessons learned from Milli Görüş experience and Refah Party experience. So this is the thing that they have taught. They have taught what has happened before, how can continue in Turkish political life by transforming their own identity and implementing it. And as long as they continued with that, they were getting more votes higher in several elections. The early politicians of AK Party are no longer AK Party. Egemen Bağış is appointed as an ambassador to an EU member country. Volkan Bozkır is still a member of Istanbul MP in the parliament. They are not maybe very influential, but they are still members of AK Party. Certain members have left Ali Babacan, Abdullah Gül, and the others. But my colleague was mentioning about in the past, there was a multiplicity of opinions in the decision-making policies, and they were saying such things. But right now, they were not repeating what Erdogan was saying, or Erdogan is not saying the same thing right now. If I didn't misunderstand this question, I think this is a problem. Yani, there should be multiplicity of opinions in a political party in terms of which direction we should go. This is what I tried to say. Islamic movement, the party, the leader debate, which was made yesterday. So who is going to decide how a political party's or movement's policy is going to be shaped? Don't forget that Erdogan is the leader who put thousands of people on the streets of Ankara on 4th of October 2005, when Turkey opened accession negotiations with the European Union. So the leader is important. The multiplicity of opinions are important as well. But if Erdogan has the power to lead the debate also in this issue about pro-EU issue. There are many questions, but one of them is, I think, very important. And my time is going over. I would like to answer to Ömer Aslan's question. So I cannot answer, as we can see, in 10 minutes. I couldn't manage that. Alternative relationship issue. Alternative issue is relationship is problematic. Do you remember Kürşat Tüzmen? He was the Minister of Economics or Trade responsible in the AK Party period. Even at his time, Turkey was thinking about changing the relationship with the European Union to more free trade agreement, rather than going on with customs union agreement. Because customs union agreement is planned in a way that Turkey will be a member in the future. We are sharing our sovereignty. We are giving in too much in customs union agreement if we are not going to be a member. Customs union agreement is a stepping stone for membership. If we would like to be a member of the European Union, if we stick to that aim, we should continue with customs union agreement. And there has been a debate in the last 5-6 years. I'm getting older. I forget about how many years have passed in the last since the last development. There is a debate about modernization of customs union agreement as the basis of continuation of relationship. Because there might be political and security problems, but economic relations are very important and they need to continue on. Modernization of customs union agreement right now is blocked by the political problems in recent years. What we have experiencing after, the general criticism coming from the EU circles, rise of authoritarianism, etc., all this kind of tendencies in Turkey is blocking Turkey's upgrading of customs union agreement. Turkey has the will to upgrade it. Turkey declared it several times. European Union actors has a will to upgrade it, but the political situation, member states' positions are preventing that. This is another thing that's what we should know about the European Union. When we are making comments about the EU, we are generalizing again. There are certain member states supporting Turkey. There are certain member states opposing Turkey. Commission is trying to help and upgrade the relationship. There are members of European Parliament. Some political parties are in favor of Turkey. Some political parties are against Turkey. So there is an ongoing governance relationship there, which is making issue all problematic. The big problem about alternative relationship is this: privileged partnership and others. The thing is, if you are not on the table, your sovereignty is going to be lost more. So if you do not have a representative in the Commission, if Turkish people do not have representatives in the European Parliament, if our Prime Minister, President, our leader is not going to sit down in Council of European Union or European Council meetings, we are going to lose more sovereignty in a privileged partnership or alternative relationship than how we are going to be a member. Because when we are a member, we are on the table. We can raise the voice of Palestinians. We can talk about the issue of Azerbaijanis when we are on the table, like we are doing in NATO. We can block right now Finland, but when you are out of NATO, how can you block Finland? How can you block Sweden? This is impossible. So being on the table is that much important. What will the government do? I do not expect a great change. I think, unfortunately, the image of current leadership is so much negatively affected. Something needs to be done by Turkey. But at the same time, as my colleague again mentioned, the position in the European Union is very bad. We are not in the best moment of European Union lovers in the European Union. This is another issue. What about the European Union is in crisis, and should we be, I'm finishing with my last comment. Should we be happy about it, or how should we feel about this issue? If Le Pen, Geert Wilders, all these far-right people are becoming more successful in the European Union, if the European Union will collapse, their world vision or their political ideas will be in power. And almost all of these guys are anti-immigrant, anti-Muslim, and anti-Turkish. Okay, so the success of European Union and pro-European Union forces in the European Union should matter to all Muslims living in the European Union, all Turks living in the European Union, and all the outsiders in the world. So there is a great challenge for global politics. The rise of far right in Europe is a threat to European Union itself. European Union is not increasing or advancing far right. Far right is expanding or advancing at the expense of the idea of European integration. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for all these questions and contributions, especially to I will first like Erhan, I would like to say first I agree with all what he said, NSL Tikriti, and he tried to distinguish between the first 10 years and the second 10 years of Turkish foreign policy and its impact or its image or its reflections on the world in general, on Islamic world or in European world as well. But of course, there were some differences, and he distinguished between the foreign policy of in general Turkish policy, not only foreign policy in general, its own democratization or internal policies were to produce a sort of model for the Muslim world. Of course, this model was being also welcomed by Europe. That was interesting, of course. And why, if you are a very successful democratic Muslim country, you might be welcome in Europe also, a very successful model. This is not surprising, of course. Afterward, what we see, we saw there are some, I think, contradictions within European mentality. Of course, not all the Europe is the same. Of course, there are some people who are not happy, who are not glad to see any democratical Muslim successful world. But also there are many people who are Islamophobic in Europe, and they are not happy with seeing such a successful Muslim model. Now, I think this contradiction or this complexity within Europe, after that, the Muslims' appearance in Europe and the rise of Islamophobia or Islamophobic sentiments in Europe, also bring Europe into a sort of complexity, sentimental complexity. Erhan, I want you here. Dr. Erhan, because I will mention I am waiting for you. Okay. And when we came to Brother Farooq's, Dr. Farooq's wonder about my a little bit contribution about the return of the political, what I mean by the political. The political, of course, when you consider the foreign policy or the policy in general, policy means policy is against metaphysics. In what sense? Metaphysics means constant and some unchangeable elements in the politics or in anywhere. But politics means something will change because there are many actors in politics, in the sphere, and regarding the change in any one actor requires the change in the other actors, and it is open discussion and it's a play. And according to the play, in any play, the positions are changing, and you take a position. The problem with Turkish foreign policy was based on some constancy. It was limited, it was restricted. It was a sort of metaphysic, and in the imaginations of the narrative of Turkish politics was something that we are happy in your world and peace in the world and peace and at home. And nobody can change us, and we found our truth, and the truth was with us, and that Kemalism was a sort of nationalism based on metaphysics, on metaphysic identical elements, and that's why nobody was changing us. We don't interfere to any other issues and the affairs of any other country or any other world, but indeed we were restricted indeed. And politics means to open something. And we had some problems, that these problems were some or metaphysical problems or metaphysical hostilities. We were the enemies of the Arab. The Arab were our enemies, and the Greece are our enemy. And that hostility was a sort of metaphysical hostility and metaphysical basis. But the return of the politics means to change something and to open many things to the discussion, and to open our positions also to be changeable. I mean, and we changed. We restored many of our discussions or many of our positions. That is the contribution of AK Party, I think, in the politics in its side during the not to distinguish the first or the second decades. Both are the same thing, and also when Turkey played a role unintendedly. I think it is not intended to play a role of model role for the Arab world or for the Muslim in general. It just tried to play its role. It just tried to try to act its politics. But that was that had some inspirations from the Arab world. I think it inspired many movements or many thoughts, many politics in the Arab world. And I think one of the inspirations or probably some motivations for Arab Spring was Turkish success model, of course. When AK Party, Tayyip Erdogan went to Egypt and he advised them secularism, but there is a confusion in secularism. I think that doesn't mean secularism that we experience it in our time, in our in Turkey. This secularism, I think between the laiklik and secularism, we should distinguish something between them. And what we suffered as Turkey from the story of secularism was not the synonym name which used in Egypt. He meant to be positive secularism. I think the positive name or the positive meaning of secularism is in the mind of Erdogan. This positive secularism was or suggestion to the Turkish secularism, which was applied in a sort of religion rather than secularism. It was a secularism of its own. It's a religion of its own. Secularism doesn't mean secularism in Turkey. Secularism means an alternative religion. It has its own rituals. It has its own God. It has its own prophets. It has its own temples. You know, Antkabir is the temple, and you go to the temple to worship some god, new god or new prophet, and that doesn't mean secularism. And we fought against that secularism. We fought against that Kemalism, and Kemalism. I don't agree with Erhan when he said or when mentioned Sharif Mardin's words that of course I don't. But you quote him when you quote him, and that Sharif Mardin said he is the victory of AK Party means the victory of Kemalism. Of course, it's not. It was. I think that word was used, just pronounced, just to make a sort of consolation to the Kemalists, those who were very unhappy and very afraid about the coming of Kemalism. He said, "Don't afraid and don't worry. That is a sort of the victory of Kemalism because they came out of the way opened by Kemalism, or the democratic way. No, Kemalism has nothing to do with democracy. Kemalism is against democracy. Kemalism is completely and metaphysically against democracy. They believe that the people are stupid, and we should learn them, and we should impose our ideology to them. Okay." And what we saw, if not a shift to democracy in the 40s, and the Kemalism will not be different than any sort of Baas regime. And what we don't owe to Kemalism a democracy. The democracy, Kemalism was not intending any way to open the way to democracy, because it was very, very radical secularist. Secularist meaning a sort of atheism, not secularism indeed, not a separation between religious affairs and state affairs or governmental affairs, but just to fight against religion in general, not only Islam in general, because it was a kind of enlightenment ideology which was on the mind of the Kemalists at the first time. And so it is not that story. I mean, the story changed not by Erdogan. Indeed, it's changed. The shift came in 45 or 46 in the first multi-party. Okay, and that is what I would like to mention about. That is what I asked you to be here. My disagreement with you, of course, and also. Many questions. The Turkish nationality and yes, the region of Nevkan is in what extent is what happened in Turkey after AK Party. Of course, Turkey, you should not forget, Turkey now is democratic country, and we cannot say, for example, we changed many things and we changed the national identity from these or these, or it is open discussion what our identities. Of course, there are some governmental policies, but the governmental policies may change regarding the governments, regarding the parties who come to power. If, for example, AK Party doesn't come to power again, if not will win the elections, then another party will come, probably will play another game, will try to make another impact on or install other identical elements, or probably he will try to restore Kemalist ideology again. But it is something not applicable, because Kemalism is very, very primitive ideology. It is not a complicated ideology, and it cannot sustain. It is not sustainable in the future. Even if some change happen, it will not happen in a very radical way. Now, Turkish people are aware about their Muslim origins, about their Muslim identity, and their historical relationship with the Arab world, and not only the Arab world, the Indian world, Muslim world, of course, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and the Indian Muslims, and Indonesia. And Turkish foreign policy and the geopolitical conception now is very much wider than used to be. Of course, it's a sort of restoration. I mean, not to say, of course, the return of the caliphate, but the recalling of the caliphate is happening in Turkey. And also, Abu Nasser said about Palestine, why not a collaboration with Iran? And it's happening, I think. And Turkey is always open to be honest. I mean, to be fair enough. I mean, Turkey is not facing the same sincerity from the Iran part in foreign policy. Even though Turkey was always was in collaboration with Iran against America, even in the United Nations. United Nations. Turkey was in Security Council. Turkey was with Iran in its nuclear weapon, nuclear program, and also it tried to make a sort of mediation between Iran and Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries in general, and etc. And of course, Turkey is with Palestinian 100%, and no, we have no any withdrawal from our policies. But Iran, I think Iran should be more transparent to Turkey, not to the world. You don't have to be transparent to everybody, but at least to your friend, you should be more transparent. And we don't see this transparency in Iran. We hope we will do, inshallah. And Abu Anas, does Turkey can apply the European criteria or principles and maintaining as Muslim country? We try to do this, but as I said, the positions may change. Sometimes, for example, the change or the shift in policies doesn't mean that you give up everything or you withdraw from your all lines or all policies or words. No. Sometimes the positions of the others is changing, and you have to change your positions regarding that position. You cannot remain constant regardless of what is happening in the world, what's happening in the European side. As NSL Security mentioned, there is a rise of ideological right-wing movements in Europe, which is against Turkey. They are not in the same position as the beginning. At the beginning, they were very eager to accept Turkey, and there are some mostly left-wing policies or socialist policies, social democratic parties were in power during Turkish negotiation, but now it is not the same. There are many right-wing parties are against Turkey, and they are following, and they are for example, they are supporting terrorist activities in Turkey, and many things has changed. Nobody can say, oh, in our times, for example, those who left AK Party, Abdullah Gül, everything was very good in our time, and now is bad. That means you are accused, or you are blamed Turkey instead of blaming or instead of criticizing the European what is happening in European side. Everything you are undertaking all the responsibility, or you are exaggerating in your self-criticism, and that is not fair, I think. And also 1 minute about yes, what happened in the second decade in Turkey of the Arab Spring period, and about what Saudi Arabia, and there is of course a dramatical change has happened, but even though the Arab Spring period, of course, changed as the zero situation or the zero problems with our neighbors stopped by a sort of accident happened, I can say, and then instead of zero politics with all the neighbors, or neighbors without zero neighbors without problem thing happened. But now there is also another shift, another return to reset new relationship with all these people who were, or relationship was negatively affected by the Arab Spring, by Saudi Arabia and Egypt, Emirates, And as far as I follow now, the developments and the agreements or the contacts are not bad. That we will witness many other new collaborations. And this is also politics. This is politics. Politics is to try to change the position, the situation. The situation is blocked. If the situation is blocked, you remain at that blockage. That means politics become or the sphere become the imaginations of the politics become metaphysical. And then you should change something, and the initiative which is taken by any parts is politics. And I think Erdogan, in that sense, is very political guy. And about Kashmir, about India and Algeria. Turkey is now very, very good with Algeria, and now we have nothing to do now with the. It was another vote, another country. It was not Turkey. We forget about this. We want to forget about that. We are Turgut Özal, not before Erdogan. Turgut Özal excused. I mean, he apologized. Sorry, he apologized about Turkey, about Turkish predecessor done. And now we are completely 100% with Algeria and against, of course, in all issues. And also some the Indian, Turkish policies with India. We try our relationship with Saudi Arabia or any other or Muslim countries. We try to make a one vote, one Muslim vote to be strong, and we want to feel all Muslim vote behind us in order to make negotiations against India in order to protect or to defend their rights there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yassin. Our last comments coming from Dr. Talha. And he has a lot of questions. We'll try to end within 15 minutes, please.
Well, I mean, I'm going to try to keep it very short since I am the only obstacle between you and the lunch. So one broader comment is that I think when other actors are evaluating Turkey, I think they are missing the point that, I mean, Turkish model is considered as to what extent Turkey fits to the international system, expectations of the Western system. So, I mean, after the 9/11 attacks, Americans formulated this broader Greater Middle East project. At that time, they promoted the idea of promoting the democracy. So at that time, Turkey and also the AK Party fit to that model. I mean, democratic involvement, democratic election of the Islamist parties was supported. So, however, from the elections, including the Palestine, Islamist parties started to win. So they changed their mind. So Turkey was a big model at that time. And once they changed their mind, they tried to they tried to criticize Turkey. I think when we are making this, comments about Turkish model, I think Turkish model is the model that is portrayed by Europeans, but it is not Turkey that changes his mindset, but at the same time, international actors change their mindset. So Turkey strongly supported the Arab Spring, democratic transformation of the Muslim countries and the Middle East. So, but the Europeans and the Westerners changed their mindset. They decided not to support this democratic transformation because Islamist governments are taking over these countries. So Turkey maintained its position and contradicted with in the Syria policy. I think when we are making judgments, Turkey is situated within the international system. It is trying to adapt to changing international system, but we shouldn't look and evaluate Turkey from that perspective. I think Turkey has, and the other thing is that after 2008, I mean, starting from early 2000, in Europe, the ordinary liberal perspective is in decline. So Islamophobic, right-wing extremist parties are taking power. So it is not Turkey changing its position, but it started with Nicolas Sarkozy and Merkel, who criticized Turkey And I mean, they say that Turkey is culturally, religiously outside of the Europe. So it is not Turkey that changed the mind. I mean, they deliberately excluded Turkey, but this transformation is within the Europe. I mean, they pursued more right-wing, and the other development is also liberals are becoming more extreme. I mean, there is no limit to their expectations. I mean, they transform about the gender issue. In each issue, they want to shape the societies. I mean, I think both liberals are getting more extreme and right-wing conservatives are getting more extreme. So there is no space for Turkey within these two extremes. I think there's a battle, cultural battle within Europe, cultural battle within US. I mean, they are having their own problems, and Turkey doesn't fit to extreme right. Turkey doesn't fit to extreme liberal. So I think before evaluating Turkey, I think they should change to some, mainstream. There is no mainstream in Europe. There is no mainstream in US. They should, first of all, decide where they want to head, and Turkey then can choose whether it wants to accommodate to that or not. But I don't think under these circumstances, there's a space for Turkey. It's not because Turkey wants or not. I mean, Americans and Europeans are too judgmental. They constantly destabilize Turkey by supporting some fringe groups. They support, criticize, and there is huge pressure on Turkey. So I think it is not just Turkey's position and Turkey's choice. For the, whether the governmental change may mean something with regard to, Palestine, yes or no. I mean, there are certain who will be the partners of the coalition. I mean, so Davutoğlu's party or Saadet Party, they are also quite concerned about they think similarly with AK Party in terms of Palestine issue, not on all issues, but in terms of Palestine issue. So, but who will take the foreign policy? I mean, if the CHP takes, they would be more willing to engage with West. So Ünal Çevikos, the advisor of Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, made clear statement that they will tilt Turkey clearly to the line of West and clearly to the line of EU and clearly to the line of NATO. If this is the policy, definitely there will be differences in Syria policy, Palestine policy, and there will be gaps. But if other actors will take some roles, which I doubt, there may be some continuities. For the Iran-Turkey work on Palestine, I think we have to consider that Turkey decided to try to work with Iran in Iraq and Syria. I think Iran's perspective is quite a zero-sum. They want to get everything and they don't want to give anything. So Turkey supported Iran nuclear exchange agreement. Turkey decided to integrate into Iran into international system, but once Turkey had problem in once there were problems in Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon, Iranian side considered Turkey as an obstacle, hostile actor, and they wanted to limit Turkey. And unfortunately, these zero-sum mindset didn't allow Turkey and Iran to work together. Unfortunately, they, at the end of the day, yes, they reached an Astana process, but still, especially in Syria, their positions are quite diverse. I think the gap between Turkey and Iran is not easily reachable. So I don't believe that they can work together with the Palestinian issue, unfortunately. So, they should be more humble in terms of their regional policies, in terms of support for the militias, in terms of transforming Syria into Shiite-driven country, in terms of transforming Iraq. And I think if they decide to work for the stability, there may be some space for Turkey working with Iran. It didn't work in the past, to be honest. So, maybe lastly, I mean, for Turkey, I mean, this international system, how Turkey situates is in the international system. I think Turkey will be playing more of a role of adapting to the multipolar world. So I think this is not, I mean, we have to improve relations with West. I mean, it has declined for more than a decade. I think that is a weakness for Turkey, improving ties with US and Europe, which weakens Turkey's position with regard to China, Russia, and other actors. So I think it should be a more balanced approach is needed. So Turkey is trying to adapt, accommodate to this multipolar world, but at the same time, gives significant value to have balanced relations with Russia as well as China. I know this is a very difficult balance. That's why sometimes all these actors come together and criticize Turkey, but sometimes they really appreciate Turkey's positions, just like the grain deal and Turkey's position in Ukraine war. So I think, trying to expand the autonomy is a very risky thing. It necessitates a balanced approach. So sometimes all these actors come together and criticize, but sometimes Turkey may play some unique roles in international arena, and it is appreciated and it achieves certain things. And I'm more optimistic about Turkey learning these, learning this autonomy and adaptation to the multipolar world if President Erdogan continues as a leader. But if there's a governmental change, I don't think they will try to play that kind of risky, but at the same time, very positive and, may return a kind of role. So I think this is a very interesting experience for Turkey's last several years. And I think it has a potential, which doesn't mean that Turkey shouldn't develop relations against other actors, but Turkey has successfully played this balance of powers roles during the late Ottoman era and maybe in between the World War I and World War II. And I think Turkey's diplomatic capacity is accommodatable to this new era. So I'm optimistic about this role, but of course, there should be some political will in the statecraft. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Talha. One last comment from Dr. Irhan, and then we will adjourn.
Okay, I just would like to clarify myself on the record on the comment that Yasin Hoca has made. I was trying to explain that Turkey is such a complicated country and Turkish political life as well. So we have getting this experience from Westernization, Europeanization, our Islamic Turkish historical background. They are all parts of our life. Even Erdogan is considered as a product of Kemalism, I tried to say. So in such a society, in such an evaluation form, this is even proposed. So I didn't mean to praise what Sherif Mardin has said, or I didn't want to praise the role of Kemalism in Turkish democracy. And I don't agree exactly with Sherif Mardin on that point. So this was not my point. But in general, when you look at Turkish society, we all went to schools and got Kemalist education. We are all influenced by that. Kemalists, Islamists, conservatives, nationalists, Kurdish Islamists, we are all part of the society. This is so much complicated. That's what I want to mean. Even somebody can say Erdogan is the product of Kemalism. That's what I would like to highlight. 2 sentences and I will finish. Because you have a question about European values and Turkish values. What will happen if Turkey goes to the European Union? I think that brother's question was that. Look at Turkey. We have been experiencing hundreds of years of Westernization and Europeanization and Kemalism. Look where we are. And Europeans are afraid of the fact that Europe will be Islamicized when we go to European Union. So no matter whether we are in the EU or not, we are under the influence of globalization, the European Union, Americans, like all the others too. I don't think that this is going to make a great change. If somebody is going to be afraid of something, I think it should be the other side. We should trust ourselves and our values. I think they are so strong. And I agree with my colleague Talha Hoca, and this was the basis of my presentation argument actually. AK Party and Turkey was reacting to the developments in the European Union. So I agree with Talha Hoca saying that it was Merkel, Sarkozy, the rise of far right, the Greek Cypriot issue, East Med issue, all of these issues and lack of solidarity, especially after July 15, and all the international developments made the AK Party to reassess its policies with the European Union. And AK Party then gradually changed its policy towards the European Union. So more to blame, maybe on the side of the other side. And I also agree with Talha Hoca, his last point on multidimensional approach and multipolar world. Turkey obviously needs to balance what it has been doing right now. It needs to improve its relations with the West, like all the other countries in the West engaging relations with China, Russia, and the Middle Eastern countries. Turkey can do that and have good relations with the West. It doesn't need to be, again, black or white. Either you have relations with Russia or not with the others. Either you have relations with the Middle East or not with the EU. Turkey, again, is such an important actor, and all the political actors in Turkey have power to protect its interests when they are in relationship with the Americans and the Europeans. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Irhani, and thank by extension all our presenters, Dr. Irhan Ichiner, Dr. Yassin Aktay, and Dr. Talha Kose, as well as our discussants, Dr. Anis Takriti and Dr. Farouk Yaslishimin. And I want to also thank the audience for this very lively discussion that took an extra hour. So what we're going to do is to have lunch and come back instead of 3 o'clock at 3:30 for our last session of this conference. We only have 2 speakers, so that we will afford to have to come back 3:30, and it will be on lessons learned and future horizons of the AK Party. So now, thank you very much again, and everybody is invited to lunch.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We have